What does that mean, go? That means go. Good morning. Thank you for coming. My name is James Root, and I'm a partner at Bain & Company, which is a global consulting firm. And I'm also the author of this book that was just recently published. And there's a reason I'm holding it up, mainly to say thank you to HCI for inviting me to moderate this panel using some of the ideas that are in here. So the way we're going to do this is I'm going to spend about 5 minutes just telling you what the book is about. And then the thing that you're really here for is we're going to turn to our amazing panelists. I'll introduce them, and we'll have a discussion around a number of questions that we prepared. And please get involved if you have things on your mind, even while we're having the discussion or at the end. Put your hand up, you'll get a microphone, and ask a question. So, the book is called The Archetype Effect, and the main topic is describing different types of motivation at work. So fundamentally, why do people go to work? What motivates them when they get there? And particularly, why are our talent systems that almost all organizations use so poorly suited to embrace and reflect what turns out to be the very rich diversity of the motivations of people at work? Most of those talent systems are built on assumptions that go back 50, 60 years to a time when there was an average worker, to a time when we could make an assumption that everybody, whether they were labor, whether they were management, whether labor trying to become management, wanted to progress up the ladder. That was the goal of working. Individual motivations actually didn't matter at all. We just assumed that's what everybody was trying to do. And needless to say, that is no longer a good set of assumptions for talent systems. On the one hand, organizations have learned that individual contributor roles, specialist roles, expert roles are just as valuable as the classic sort of professional managerial roles that they've perpetuated for the last 50, 60 years. Andy Jassy, actually, in Amazon, is my sort of poster child for this. He just did an interview with Bloomberg a week and a half ago. Quote, "I am taking work away from middle managers and giving more power, not just work, to individual contributors." This is now a very common thing. It may be happening in your organization. And we no longer have to make the assumption that everybody's trying to clamber up the ladder. That's on the organization side. On the individual side, there was an unexpected consequence of this very admirable effort to empower people at work. We've been trying to say to people at work, be more of who you are. Tell us what you want. And the unexpected consequence of that is that a lot of people said, I don't want that ladder thing that you offer me. That the way you evaluate most people is whether they're progressing up the ladder or not. More spans, more layers. I don't want that. I want something different. My definition of success at work, happiness, retention, loyalty is something different. So these two things come together, and we find ourselves in a world where we don't have a talent system that knows what everybody wants, knows what stresses people out, knows what gives people energy, knows what relieves the grind, and therefore can create more good jobs for more people. So that's what the book is about. I'll just briefly finish up by saying why now, because we could have done this at any time. Some of our panelists have been thinking about these questions for a while. The why now is three simple things. First of all, work is really messy for lots of people. There's gig work, there's remote work, there's flexible work, there's this new wave of automation coming at us. There's a multi-generational workforce. You might be told to work on a self-managing team tomorrow, or a cross-functional team. There are skill gaps between what your firm has and what it wants. It's kind of stressy for lots of people. One. Two is, it is absolutely clear that our HR systems are just way behind what's going on in marketing, in sales, in product. They're not segmenting the workforce in the way that those other functions segment customers. It's been decades since segmentation became a routine way of doing business. All your organizations do it in some form or another, except your HR teams don't. They just treat us as if we're all more or less the same, with the same ideas about what success looks like. That's a problem, and it's a bit of a mystery. Why do the firms selling us products or selling our profile to advertisers, why do they know so much more about us than the firms we actually work for? And then the third and last thing is AI. And AI is coming at work at different speeds, in different sectors and in different ways, and then AI also has a role in what's happening in the world of talent management. So we'll get onto that. That's what the book is about. Let me now introduce our amazing panelists. Prince Walid, CEO and founder of Muqtafa. He is, I would describe him as sort of at the forefront of the private-public partnership here in Saudi Arabia. And he's also an advisor to a number of the Saudi national councils, so very connected that way. Vivian Leung works at the UN in Geneva, and she works on the digital ID program, which, as best as I can tell, is really trying to integrate lots of digital programs that are going on at the UN at any one time, trying to make technology remove some of the grind of work, if you like. Sven Littorin, former Minister for Employment in Sweden, and a labor policy market expert, and also an advisor to the Ministry of Manpower, Ministry of Labor here in Saudi Arabia. Jen is a guru on this, author, published, advises Fortune 500 CEOs about what's going on in the workforce, and will have a lot of opinions on everything I just said, as well as her own. She's a well-known voice on this topic. And then Pam Sands at the end, two roles. She is in the Chief Diversity Officer's office at Kelly's, which is one of the world's largest HR consulting and temporary staffing solution companies. But she also sits on the executive board of the World Employment Federation, and hence thinks about jobs, good jobs, bad jobs, how to make more good jobs and less bad jobs all the time. So, welcome to everybody. Let us get going with our first question. And Jen, I'm going to put this to you, just to kick us off. We'll see where we end up. But as I'm saying, I think so many workers in the world are disengaged, stressed out. They're not thriving at work in the way that we would like. What do you think people actually want from a job? And what can firms and organizations do to create more good jobs?
This is such a great question. Thank you for calling me out as opinionated. It's accurate. I think you're right. I have been studying this for 15 years, research focused on chronic stress and well-being, but also on culture. And what I have come to learn in the last 5 years since the pandemic started was that we are not in the future of work. We are in the multiverse of work. We've skipped an entire timeline, and this idea of leaders wanting to lean on old frameworks makes sense because as human beings, we're patterned. We want to rely on the things that we know how to do, especially in times of crisis. But there's been some massive disruptions, and it's not just the pandemic, which was a major global disruptor, but we're in polycrisis still. And so all of these crises are impacting the mindset of the workforce right now. And my background is in behavioral sciences and organizational behavior, and what I've come to understand is that there are major psychological barriers that leaders are not aware of and employers are not aware of that individuals are facing. One, we collectively faced our mortality. When you look at the science by Jeffrey Greenberg that looks at what happens when we face our mortality, we start to reset our priorities. We start to think of what we are going to do with this temporal scarcity. So when we have a mindset of life is short, we want to do less grind, less painful things, and want to do more of things that we enjoy. And that's why we saw the Great Resignation. This is why we see women leaving the workforce. This is why we see Gen Zs not getting into the same structure. We're also seeing a frame of reference change. When you had an investment in well-being, you had investment in DEI, you had investment in climate change projects, and you felt like you were being cared for, you had autonomy and flexibility with your work mode. When that suddenly was clawed back in 2022 and 23, we lost our sense of freedom and trust in organizations. And so until we deal with the psychological barriers that the workforce is experiencing right now as leaders and as employers, we are not going to experience adoption, enthusiasm, and motivation. That is a really big reason why we're in the era of the Great Detachment, as Gallup is calling it. So dealing with those psychological barriers right now is how we're going to start the effort to increase our our likelihood of retaining people and attracting new talent to our organizations.
Thank you. Pam, can I come to you for a follow-up? Do you think that there are any sort of uniquely human skills that are actually going to become more valuable at work, even in the face of this next round of automation?
I do. And if you think about, we're sitting here at the Human Capability Initiative, right? It's the fact that we have to look at that human piece. We are human beings, not human doings. And when you think about work and you think about jobs, it's about someone doing something. So what is really essential to who a human being is that they bring that is extremely unique to this co-collaboration opportunity with technology? Some of the things I like to talk about, and you were right, James, I sit in this intersection of client demand and talent pretty much my entire life, both in board and professional roles. And one of the things that I have found is that curiosity, human curiosity, is really important to make sure that we are continuing to allow space for in our organizations and in our societies, and make it very safe for individuals to say, imagine if we did something this way. And what a great conference to be at for Imagine If, as we look at Vision 2030 and the initiatives of HCI. So keeping that curiosity going with individuals and making sure we create that safe space. The next one, a couple of them are things that we all talk about all the time, resilience and agility. As we look at new entrants to the workforce that are coming out of our schools and that are interacting with technology, they're going to be very proficient. But have we also made sure we created environments for them to have tenacity and resilience from being outside, in nature, in activity, learning from things that many of the generations before just did naturally throughout their day? And the next one that I would mention, which is very still human, even though AI is catching up and learning very fast, is that human empathy, that emotional intelligence, the ability to look across the table at someone and read the room if the ideas are being received. Is their curiosity actually addressing the challenge at hand and having people think differently? Are they being that thought leader, or are they just really saying words? So I think if we could really focus on curiosity, on agility, resilience, and on empathy, we can definitely come closer to how we bridge AI and human capabilities.
Lovely. Any of you would like to build on that?
Well, maybe I can actually. Khalil Gibran, the author, the Lebanese-American author, used to say that work is love made visible. And I think that's to your point, right? There has to be passion and curiosity in it. Otherwise, why?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. The big why at the moment is going to be about generative AI. And it's just conventional thinking now. Gen AI is going to replace some jobs, it's going to augment some jobs, make them easier to do, and it's going to create lots of new jobs. At least that's our hope and our assumption, based on all previous technologies of this sort. Let me start with you on this one, Sven. Have a lot of jobs changed already? I'll be honest, I spend a lot of time with a lot of organizations and the people in them, and I always say, well, it's about to change. I haven't actually seen anything yet, much. A few banking analysts, still work 20 hours a day, but they get the models to do some of the work they used to do themselves. I'm being flippant. It's a serious question. Have you seen a lot of jobs already changing? And
yes.
What do you see, and just to build, what do you see as the kind of big obstacles, big opportunities next 5 years?
I think, to be honest, that it hasn't, as you say, affected too much the jobs that are already here, but it has affected jobs that haven't been created. And my point is, I was in Silicon Valley a couple of weeks ago and met a couple of staffing companies, and they all said that jobs in programming, jobs in technical writing are down 50% and being replaced by AI. So I think, and if I look at organizations that I work with in, say, accounting, paralegal work, financial writing, things like that, it's more that new jobs are not being created. I mean, the sort of old jobs that used to come, but they are replaced by AI, or it increases the productivity of the people that are in the industry. But AI is everywhere. If you look at industrial design, if you look at especially fintech, all of these use AI to a great degree. And that will continue. And of course, if you remember when internet came like 30 years ago, it took a while before we had Google, before we had Alibaba and all the other services that we're used to now. And the same thing, we are like internet was 94 or 95 when it comes to AI. So we're still in the infancy stage, but give it a couple of years and you'll find interfaces that changes everything really. I'm chairman of a learning management system company that has developed, it's been around for 25 years, helping companies with reskilling and upskilling of their workforce. And they've just developed a ChatGPT AI-based tool for learning.
Yeah.
And it's fantastic. It reduces the time that managers need to devise training programs and control it and evaluate it. And you can do it like this. It's fantastic.
Pam, do you see, at Kelly's, do you see a change in the mix of kind of contracting jobs or temporary jobs that are being demanded by your clients as a result of this technology evolution?
Absolutely. We've seen an inversion of much of the demand for some of the traditional roles that we've seen across the staffing or the agency contingent workspace, that flexible workspace, where we're seeing things like technical writing is one. It's an excellent example. Things like contact center agents, which can now be AI voice agents and can be chat. So we're seeing that happen in a lot of those type of service roles, where we're not seeing it, obviously, as your in-person manufacturing and those type of things. However, what is fascinating as we take a look at the future is what roles are being created today by new technology advancements that do not exist already. And how are we creating a talent and a people-ready workforce, beyond readiness, which we're all talking about, to be ready for those roles? Some of them are quite fascinating when you look into them, and how even technology of how individuals are going to be working for how humans and technology work together. There's also this whole concept, which is very unique. We do provide and produce a lot of waste. Well, there are now designers for where we call stash the trash, right? Those are roles that didn't exist. And we've all learned from this example. We saw it in COVID. When you look at the roles that were created in COVID that didn't exist before. So I think we've got quite a runway in front of us from, even though jobs are going away that we've already talked about and many others, how do we reskill individuals to be ready and the workforce to be ready for the new ones that are coming our way?
Okay, that's very interesting. Vivian, can I come to you next? So my understanding is, and I'm sure it's a lot very technical, but is that all the digital programs going on in an organization like the UN, there must be hundreds of them, trying to sort of make them integrate, make them make sense, to make the job better. Do you think AI can actually help us design more good jobs? Can it actually do that?
That is a big question, and let me try something here. I would like everyone in this room to just close your eyes for a second and imagine what a good job is to you, right? So close your eyes and just vision what that good job looks like. Got it?
Yes. Sitting up here doing this with you. That's fine.
All right, cool. You can open your eyes now. So chances are what a good job is to you is very different from your neighbor's good job. And so maybe the question we should be asking is, how can we help people feel good in their jobs? And clearly we have a problem there, with the stuff that James was sharing from his book. We have, I would say, an epidemic of unhappiness at work if more than 1 out of 2 people are either stressed out, burnout, or quiet quitting. And so yes, AI can definitely help, and I believe that at the very least, it can help to automate boring, repetitive tasks and give people time back to focus on more meaningful work. And so hopefully we all feel less like robots. So with the UN Digital ID, we're doing just that using AI and blockchain technologies. And we launched last year, and already we're seeing reductions of up to 90% in manual workload, which is great. And of course,
And what's an example of that reduction? What type of work? Like filing or?
I was going to
what
get
was
to
it?
that.
Yeah.
Imagine having to check name and attach PDFs to emails all day. That's what some people do at work, you know? And so we can really replace that and let them feel more human again, because that's really what I'll call robotic work. So technology helps us to feel less like robots. And technology can also help us to have more diverse career pathways. With the UN Digital IDs, it's enabling UN staff members to move from one organization to another, which is great for explorer archetypes like myself, and also for younger workforce who actually enjoy having different opportunities, experiences, and diversity of experiences.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that that's really great, but at the same time, technology, we all know, is not everything. And we need a culture shift if we really want to tackle the burnout generations actually, because it's not just the millennials and the Gen Zs that are burnout at work. And technology should also enable us to, be more connected to the fellow humans that we work with. So for example, the UN Digital ID is also looking to foster a sense of shared identity across the UN system. We talk about this UN family. We are over 30, even 40 organizations that work in the UN. But it's very hard to feel like family if you need to line up and apply for a visitor's pass just to have lunch with your colleague working in another organization. So our goal is one stable, secure, interoperable, and portable ID that would help the over 100,000 people working for the United Nations around the world feel like they belong to one family.
Okay. That's a very practical example. I'll come to Prince Walid next, and Sven, I'll come to you afterwards.
Yeah, I was just thinking of what you just mentioned, and looking at globally, there is a shortage of skilled manpower in so many sectors. And if we zoom in to Saudi, I would say around 60 to 70% of the manpower in Saudi are non-Saudis.
Yeah.
So AI actually will help increase the productivity capacity of Saudi, where the repetitive work will be taken by AI, but there is a big wide range of jobs that can be taken by skilled Saudis.
Yeah, absolutely. Sven, you had a comment.
Well, I think that if you look at, it's easy to be a bit afraid of what's happening because there are predictions that 40% of jobs will disappear due to AI. I'm not that worried because we've done this before. The Industrial Revolution, 1870, Sweden had 98% of our people in agriculture. And now it's less than 3%, right? We have basically the same amount of land for agriculture, but the output is 8 times higher. So, it's a huge productivity growth, right? And what happened was, of course, that people moved into cities and found new jobs. And these new jobs will be created because we need them and because that's what humans do. We create jobs even if there's nothing. So, that's not the problem, really. The transition process can be a problem. So when people lose their jobs and they don't know what's coming, that's the thing, right? So how do we work with hope in labor market? That hope is it's like love, it's a really good thing. So let's see what that is and how we can speed up the process of getting these new jobs created. I think that's the key.
Thank you. Vivian, thanks for mentioning your own archetype here. So the book resolves 6 archetypes. 2 of them really care about friends, having friends at work.
Yeah.
It's a very important part of the equation of why they're happy, unhappy, productive, unproductive. The relationships, the camaraderie that they experience at work is a very important part of their algorithm. So Jen, let me come back to you on this. Can AI be your friend at work?
Well, Well, we're seeing a shift towards people feeling more trusting of AI and developing, partnerships with them. I know I always thank ChatGPT when it's come up with a really great response. I think we have developed relationships with technology for a long time. But I think that what I would like to see more with AI is it to nudge us to be more connected in person. And, one of the things that I had the joy and privilege of working with John Clifton, who's the CEO of Gallup, in the writing of this book. And what he shared with me is that we're really in a friendship recession. We used to have really close friends with our workplaces, in our workplaces. The thing that's different in the last few years is that we've really become very siloed in our relationships. It's all about connecting just with our team. And yet we have found across the board, when we have this ability to connect, like you said, having one shared family, it makes a huge difference in our loyalty and our connection. We also, really interesting research has found that we used to look to developing friendships at work through this, shared interest, or if you made me laugh, or if we, found something that we had in common. We love black and white movies, maybe. Now, the friendship traits that we're looking for are accountability and conscientiousness. Which, if you're thinking I want to go out and hang out with someone after work on a Friday night, you're not picking your conscientious, accountable friend. You're looking for those people that you have more than just simplex relationships with. These people, you have multiplex relationships with them. But we've become more transactional in the way that we work and connect with each other. And that, I think, is a really unfortunate thing, because we're seeing this high increase in loneliness. We're seeing disengagement because we don't have friends at work, and we need them. That's how we create social cohesion and social energy. And there's lots of ways that we can build those relationships. One of them is spreading positive gossip, talking really nicely about other people behind their back. There's ways that we should be nudging, using AI to ensure that we have lunch together. We're finding that there's this increase in what's called dining al desco. So we're just eating alone at our desks. And the world, we just had the World Happiness Report come out, and they correlated the least happiest countries with the people that eat alone the most. And so when you think about that correlation, Cornell did this extremely interesting study where they found that 20 minutes of having lunch with another person once a week increases morale, it improves retention, it makes you more loyal, and it increases your well-being. Plus, you make less mistakes. So at an organizational level, you want people just spending 20 minutes once a week having lunch together.
You know what? It's like these conferences. I mean, sitting in the audience here, it's somewhat boring sometimes, right? The real thing happens at the coffee machine. That's where it happens. That's where you meet people and talk to people, right?
You're right.
He's not referring to this panel.
No,
No.
of course
To
not.
be clear. Just to be
We
clear.
are
This is the best.
engaged. And I'll wrap up, but I do think that we can use technology to create more in-person relationships, and that's atrophied. And we do need to move that muscle, because that muscle right now is lost. We lost that in the last 5 years, and we need technology to help us get more connected.
Yeah, that was great. I'm going to come to Prince Walid in a second, talk about Saudi Arabia, but just to plug, get your questions ready. Fairly soon, we're going to be asking you to raise your hand with any questions that you have. Prince Walid, I mean, local talent development, reskilling, upskilling, absolutely central to the vision, delivering it, and not just, by the way, not just in the kingdom here. Many other markets have similar kind of ambitions and are working on their own versions of it. What do you think is going well? What do you think that the government here and or in other countries in the region should and could be doing to increase, if you like, the fit between the jobs that they need to deliver the economic vision and the jobs that individuals need because of how they're motivated?
See, in Saudi, everything today is driven by the Vision 2030. One of the objectives of the vision is to increase the contribution of the private sector in the GDP from 40% to 65% by 2030. Therefore, most of the jobs will come from the private sector. Today, the government is working hand in hand with the private sector to develop the employment strategy. I'll give you an example. Today, the retail sector is one of the biggest employer in Saudi, and it employs 45% of the female workforce in Saudi. The government is developing a strategy how to attract and retain Saudis in the retail sector and the tourism sector. So what we've done is we brought in both parties, the public sector and the private sector, to develop such a strategy. And we started by looking at what Saudis, the entry-level jobs, are looking for. And we found out that there are top 3 things that come to mind when it comes looking for jobs in Saudi for entry level. One is that career development, learning. So young Saudis are looking for a job that they can learn skills, knowledge, and experience. Second thing they're looking for is pay. Third thing they're looking for is accessibility, or actually this is what the terminology we're using. When I say accessibility, I mean the job distant from home, the part-time of the day job, part-time, flexible jobs, and so on and so forth. So what we're trying to do, instead of designing one strategy, what you, James, referred to as the normal average, to developing different product, if that's the right terminology to use, different product for different segments of the entry-level, I would say, population. So basically, what's happening, the shift mind that is happening today is the co-creating strategies, co-creating jobs, and looking at the segment need instead of structuring a job that fits all.
And how, just one more double click on that, the kind of the public and private partnership is so fundamental to that happening.
Absolutely.
How is the government doing on that? Is that going well? What are the challenges on that?
See, the main challenge, the government for so many years was driving the economy. Therefore, they're developing the strategies, policies, and so on. The private sector, again, for so many years, they're used to the public sector leading. Today, there is a need for a mind shift that they need to work together because end of the day, the private sector going to employ. Job seekers will work in the private sector, not the government. So the mind shift is happening, and it's happening slowly, but in the right direction. And actually, this is why we created Mukatafa, a non-profit organization, is to bring the two parties together. And Mukatafa means standing shoulder to shoulder. So this is what we're trying, and I think we've achieved a good progress.
Okay. I saw a lady in the middle with a hand up, which implies a question is coming. I think there's a microphone coming to you. She's right here in the, and let's go to you to see what's on your mind.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. It's not more of a question as of an insight listening to Jen when she spoke about like her insights and behavior in the labor market. What I notice in the labor market, there's a big focus on the junior staff. We're hiring, training them, onboarding them. And the journey is very short, and they're left to learn by their own. And they acquire their own behaviors and own beliefs. And then you have the higher leadership levels where they get the coaching, they get the one-on-one coaching, where they, let's say the board wants them to shape their beliefs into the interest of the company and how do they manage. We miss out the middle management, where they are the biggest contributor in the behavior and the beliefs of the younger generation, where they don't have the compass. They need to hold the work going on, moving along, working, getting results done, but they miss out that they are the role models of these younger generations.
Yeah.
So we miss out 5 years or 6 years of working with these younger generations until they reach the leadership roles, and then we go again and train them one-on-one coaching sessions. So we're missing out on. So I think there's a huge investments in training centers to have, or like HR departments, to have an ongoing coaching, an ongoing well-being officer, or like organizational behavior specialist in the same company, to make sure that we have an ongoing fix of beliefs, an ongoing help and support, where people feel heard, really heard, and you adjust while you're going, because each individual is a unique person.
Thank you.
And
Yeah.
we cannot have a limit set of a training for everyone.
Thank
So
you.
thank you everyone for your time.
Pam, do you want to respond to that?
I do, and I'm fascinated by your comment. Thank you for that. And I think it's important to look at the fact of not only our full-time workforce, but the free agent workforce that also supports our businesses. As I was walking around earlier, I won't say which one, but I met with a company here. You could probably guess. They have 70,000 full-time employees. They have 250,000 contractors. How are we also looking at that contractor population that's part of our flexible workforce, and everyone that's contributing to the goals of the organization that are supporting also our societal goals? And how do we look at making sure that we're reaching those non-direct employees that are still part of the organization, even not formally, maybe more informally? And so I think it's important that we look at it internally. It's part of my day job, working in our diversity office around inclusion, and having that. And that's where you bring forward things even like resource groups by how individuals identify, and have that embedded in that training embedded, because so many times this work happens on small teams. And so therefore, it needs to be something that I believe with you that actually ends up in the performance plans of each leader and each manager. If you're responsible for someone else, it needs to be part of how you are actually, how you're actually looked at as as a person contributing to the organization.
Yep.
But important, it's good to look at not only our full-time workforce, but also the flexible.
Thank you. Jen, you going to respond?
Yeah, I think this is really important. We talked too about the expectation of our younger cohort to be able to, navigate the experience of work, but a lot is implied and not explicit, and so we're seeing this communication gap. But what I find really interesting is that right now Xers make about 50% of the global managers across the world, and yet they are being overlooked for promotions by about 20 to 30%. Millennials will leapfrog them, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that we have managers sort of in this world where we think they're not as useful. I mean, I sort of disagree with James and Andy Jassie's idea of eliminating the middle manager. I think what happens is that when we say we want to give control to the individual to be able, and the power, what happens is it just work compresses to them, and then there's less of an ability to have a relationship with those people that are actually going to be able to pivot or grow your career. And we have a training gap, that place where we have our middle managers, where we have people that are in that space where they're not getting enough support to be able to then be able to lead across 5 generations that are in the workforce right now. And so I think what is really important is that it's less of a generational gap, but a communications gap. It's a training gap that exists across every single generation. A lot of implied bias that we have expectations as Xers and Boomers on our younger generation, and our younger generation not learning how to manage up and feel psychologically safe to speak up. And I think we need to make those changes.
So just quickly rushing to Andy Jassie's defense here, and hiding behind him myself. He's not arguing for the elimination of middle management. He's arguing for the reduction of middle management and the increase in job scope for IC, individual contributors and others. So, but fair point.
If you ask Andy, though,
Fair
he
point.
would be happy to.
He would actually be happy
to eliminate
but he
middle
knows he can't
managers.
get there, and not his generation.
Right.
Any other? We're moving towards the end. We have another question in the back. Thank you, sir.
Hello there. You talked about segmenting employees and building good jobs for those segments. Do you have any practical advice on how to deliver that for small, fast-growing businesses?
For small, what, sorry?
Fast-growing companies.
Fast-growing businesses. I mean, I could take that, but I don't really want to be the... Anybody else want to take that?
Go ahead.
I'll take that. Yes, know, you need to know what the profile archetype mix of what you have is, and see whether across age group, gender, nationality, or job type, whether there are patterns of insight that come from understanding the mix of archetypes in those roles, and where you need to accelerate your growth, you drive more of that mix, basically. I can chat with you after the session in more detail, but it's another tool at your disposal. And by the way, if you don't like this way to segment, that's fine. Find another way to segment your customers, because if you don't, your workers, because if you don't, you're making a fundamental error in assumptions about what they actually want to work. True in a fast-growing company or a very slow-growing one. There was another gentleman with his hand up here.
Hi everyone. Even in my career, it's gone from being cool to have a massive headcount and offices all around the world to the opposite. The fewer physical buildings and the fewer people doing the work is now the dream of people like Andy Jassy and the other tech CEOs. The Shopify CEO last week basically put out this public bulletin saying that everyone in their company is going to be measured against how much AI adoption they have on an individual basis. With that as the overarching kind of theme, and the fact that when Silicon Valley has a cold, we all get ill and all that stuff.
Yes.
How is it for a young person today looking at that, thinking, do these people actually want to give me a job? Do they want jobs to exist for me to have? Or is the shareholder profit imperative to have as few of me as possible?
Wonderful question. Prince Waleed, do you want to start?
Yeah, I'm thinking of, it depends on the industry. Some industries, I agree that jobs will be less, I would say, but I'm looking at so many industries that still needs human interaction, still needs creativity, innovation, where I don't see that happening to that extent, okay? But this is how I see it.
Thank you. Thank you for being brief on that. Okay, we're going to wrap up because I'm running out of time. So for each of you, starting with you, Pam, coming back to you, Prince Waleed, one thought, one mindset shift, one leadership action, one policy initiative. What do you think is going to make a big impact on helping create more good jobs, to this gentleman's excellent question?
I'm going to be a little provocative here.
Go.
We need to really think about, when we say job, what do we mean? And really consider replacing that with work. They're used interchangeably, but they mean something completely different. Work is what someone does that they bring their whole self to, that they bring their values to, they bring their point of view to. And I would say if we could eradicate the word job and replace it with work, we could see advancement at an unprecedented rate.
I love that. I would say that it's about recognizing that we need a lot of humility and data gathering, and that we spent 550 years defining what the office was. That's when it was, the concept was invented. In 2020, everything changed, and this idea that 5 years in we know exactly what we're doing is ludicrous. That we need to just look at this as, 2020 was starting at zero and defining a new way of thinking about work, rethinking it entirely. If you want to be transformational, it's about humility, it's about agility, and it's about learning on the job.
Thank you.
At work.
Sven.
I think there is a challenge for policymakers here, because when big data came 15 years ago or so, we gave up all our information, purchasing patterns, browsing patterns, all of that for free. So big data companies could take advantage of it and make us ads that were adopted to me, right? What happens now is that we give away our productivity to AI. And the result might be that we get kicked out, that we lose our jobs. So why would we do that? Why would I contribute to AI if the result might be I'm losing my job? And my point is that if we could individualize AI to increase my productivity, it's a good thing. It's good for the aggregate, for the country and the company and all of that, but it might also be a challenge for me. Like the Industrial Revolution that turned lots of people into social conflict, that resulted in the labor movement, a revolution in Russia, and all of that. So how do we prevent that from happening in this transformation? That's going to be key.
Okay. Vivian, I'm sorry, I need to ask you to be reasonably short because
Yep.
I want to be respectful to our audience here.
So very short, I think that there's a real opportunity here to address a lot of the inequalities that some of our members here have spoken about, inequalities in training, because we can all agree that we are starting from the same line when it comes to AI. None of us are experts here, unless you are expert in AI agents and modeling. So from senior management to lower levels, we can all be, have humility to just say that we don't know, and we want to figure it out together, and the important thing is to make work human. Thank you.
Thank you. Prince Walid.
I think in Saudi what's happening today fits perfectly with the situation, meaning AI is coming and impacting the workplace. We are living in a transformation in a country level, so it will be very easy for us to adopt that change. Plus, we have more jobs than the human resources we have in Saudi. So having less need for resources is exactly what we need. Thank you.
Can you join me in saying thank you to our amazing panelists on this great discussion? Thank you very much.
So good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this panel on aging and lifelong learning. My name is Chris Herbst. I'll be the moderator for today's panel discussion. In my day-to-day life, I work for the World Bank. I'm based here in Riyadh, where I coordinate the World Bank's engagement in health, education, and social protection and jobs in the GCC region. So before I introduce the panelists, I wanted to just very briefly give you a little bit of context and background why this topic is so important to the countries that we work in, to the economies that we work in. And this is really because globally the number of old people, those people who are older than 65, is increasing more than any other age group. In fact, the number of people who are older than 65 is growing from around 800 million today to around 1.6 billion by 2050. And this is, of course, happening because you have this huge improvement in life expectancy globally, from around 40 years in 1950 to close to 80 in many countries by 2050. And at the same time, you have this reduction in fertility. The number of children that are born per woman today has, of course, decreased from around 5 children in 1990 to around 2 today, and it's decreasing even more by 2050. And all of these demographic shifts are really causing the old age dependency ratio to increase rapidly. And that's the ratio between those people who are older than 65 to those people who are younger than 65. In a country like Saudi Arabia, this ratio actually is increasing from around 3% today to 30% by 2050. And this is a huge challenge to many of the governments and the economies that we work with, because it means that you have a much larger group of old people that have to be taken care of by a much smaller group of younger people, which has implications on pensions financing, healthcare costs, social security systems, and so forth. And of course, this is where the importance of lifelong learning comes in. Lifelong learning, of course, is all about people continuing to learn new skills and competencies long after their formal education, which is critical for extending the productive working lives of the population. So lifelong learning is critical for keeping people competitive and productive and in the labor market much, much longer. So what we want to do in today's session is really to discuss some of the challenges that come with lifelong learning, but most importantly discuss some of the opportunities that are linked to lifelong learning, and really how education institutions and our industry can adapt to accommodate lifelong learning needs of the elderly population. We have with us 5 very distinguished panel members from industry, from government, from the World Bank, and they'll share with us their insights and experiences on these topics, and then we'll have a brief question and answer session towards the end as well. The session will last about 40 minutes now from here. So let me take now the time to introduce very briefly the panelists who've been waiting very patiently here. So I want to introduce, first of all, Ms. Ashwag Turki Baha. She is currently the Executive Director of the Human Resource Development Fund here in Saudi Arabia. A very warm welcome to you. Then I'd like to introduce Mr. Alberto Cavallo Neto. Alberto is currently the Marketing Director of the Overseas Division of BEWG, which is a company specialized in the circular economy. Then a very warm welcome to you, Tammy Rosen. Tammy is currently the board member and the Chief Development Officer at Pagaya, an AI-driven fintech. A very warm welcome to you. Welcome also to Mr. Carsten Suthoff, who is an executive of Switzerland's leading career consulting company. A very warm welcome to you. And last but least, we have Dr. Mahmoud, a colleague of mine as well, a senior education economist with the World Bank in charge of supporting governments strengthen their education programs here in the GCC region. So let's now start with the first segment of our discussion, and here I would like to get some initial statements from each of the panelists on their perceptions, on their thoughts around aging and lifelong learning. And perhaps in just 1 minute, if you can give us an idea of some initial thoughts on this topic, and we'll go from right to left. So perhaps starting with you, Ashwag.
Hi, I'm really glad to be with you today. When I received the question and the subject of the panel today, I like it so much because it's matching to my favorite movie, which is in turn, Experience Never Get Old. I like that movie too much, and I like even the idea. It's really one of the movies that it changed my mood from negative to positive. So matching this idea with that movie, I like it so much. Having some people with the old people who's worked for a long time, and then after that to let them work on something like the e-commerce companies, to gain more experience and to transfer their experience to other people, something very important. And here in Saudi Arabia, we have the same concept as well. We are trying to cascade this kind of experience from the old people who has a high experience within the field, and to move it again to the people who just join the labor market, and to improve their skills and even reskill their skills as well. So very interesting subject, and I hope that we have a great discussion during the session and panel today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I speak for? Okay. Hi, everyone. It's me and Jan, European Young Entrepreneurs Organization. We believe that we need to start the teaching and education on a very early stage, from the kindergarten till the, of course, high school, but mostly to keep the inter-agents education. So one of the things that we promote is mentoring projects, where we can also bring the older people to get other purpose of life, find the best version of themselves, and keep active. So mixing the generations and giving education panels like forums like these ones, but going to the school and mostly bring them to also to the learning on a real life, on a job working. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. What a privilege to be part of this panel with all this esteemed guests here, and I'm excited to be here for my first time in Riyadh. So thanks for having me. As I think about lifelong learning and the aging population, the key really is about learning agility. And too often we think about that as maybe an option, and I think it's now a necessity. And that learning really needs to be continuous. And it's no longer front-loaded in your careers, and it needs to more be thinking about how you evolve, how you get resiliency, how you think about adaptability, and how the core competence that companies are expecting of their people is to be around learning and learning agility, not only getting the right answer. And if you do this over time and people are reflective and they're thinking about the successes and their failures and the why they were successful or why they were not successful, that will build the resiliency and better impact longer. So later I'm hoping to talk more about how companies can build that into their culture, and also how we can partner with educational organizations to really build the future, not only of the workforce we have today, but the workforce we want tomorrow.
Thank you.
Well, the topic of lifelong learning is not a new topic. It's been around for years, even decades. And it sometimes reminds me that we all know it's coming, or we all know it's here, but what are we doing? And how is lifelong learning done? Is it a cognitive concept, or is it something that you need to do? So I'm going to be very happy to share some ideas of what you can do as an individual or as an organization, not just to provide the space for lifelong learning, but actually to do it.
Fantastic.
Thank you so much, Chris, for the introduction, and I hope you can hear me. And I'm really glad to be part of this panel. Let me say some very quick things. Why lifelong learning is really critical for an aging society. I think one, as you mentioned in the very beginning, with aging, you need to really extend the productive life. And that's why education is really critical for the whole reskilling and upskilling agenda. And then with aging population and with also the changes in the labor market, some skills are going to be obsolete, and there are going to be new skills. I think one of the estimates that 39% of core skills will be changing by 2030, which is really stunning. And let me just say, usually the argument for lifelong learning is economic, but there are a lot of non-economic benefits to education lifelong learning in terms of improving the cognitive function, in terms of enhancing and being socially active, and also in terms of kind of reducing the likelihood of older adults being isolated from society, which is really a main benefit. And let me end by saying that lifelong learning does not really start at the end of education. It starts from the very beginning. And in order for building a very effective system of lifelong learning, you would really need to start from very early on to establish the foundations that's going to help adults continue their education and adjust in a very changing labor market and economies.
Thank you, Mahmoud. Thank you, everyone, for these initial statements. I think on this very interesting topic, so you've all touched on a number of different themes. And let me perhaps pick up on the one that you just mentioned, Mahmoud, the importance of skills obsolescence and upskilling. It's of course a huge challenge amongst the workforce, amongst the elderly, and it's an opportunity at the same time. I want to spend the next 30 minutes to delve into greater depth into some of the themes that came up, and I want to start with skills obsolescence and upskilling. Skills obsolescence, of course, meaning that the skills that people have become outdated, and upskilling, of course, referring to the process of learning new skills for the population. I want to turn to Ashwak here on this particular topic, and I want to really mention that one of the challenges in many of the countries that we work in, including here in Saudi Arabia, is that the participation of mature workers, those workers who are older than 65 in the labor force, is very, very low. In fact, here in Saudi Arabia, only around 22% of men and 1% of women older than 65 are employed in the labor market. And of course, this is a missed opportunity, right? This is a missed resource as well that countries have at their disposal. Ashwak, if you could tell us a little bit, what are some of the policies that Saudi is implementing to encourage lifelong learning and also really to support the integration of older people into the labor market?
Okay, let's first discuss the percentage we just talk about it regarding the female and male who's over 65 years old. If we think about the female, Saudi female, I think this 1% because of the new participation for the female within Saudi Arabia, which increased, I think it's reached around 38%. Before it was around 8%. So in the last years, 5 or 6 years. So I think this percentage is unfair currently. I'm sure that it will be improved in the future because of this kind of new participation for the female.
Yes.
So I'm sure that all the female who are empowered already and they have their own career, they will move and work more and more during the coming years. For the male, we have around 22% regarding the male. So there is, I think from my point of view, there is many people who's working as a business owner. Because in Saudi Arabia, we are believing on the family business. So most of them, the old people, they have their own companies and they are trying to transfer their experience to the people who's working with them. So this is the first part. A second part, in the remote area within Saudi Arabia, I think Saudi Arabia is have a different culture and different even environment for this kind of labor work. We have many people who's working on the handmade industries and something like that. So we need also to focus on those people, how we can let them maybe register or something like that to increase this percentage. This is for the analysis for the percentage we just discussed. What we can do, we already work on many things. One of them is one of the initiatives that we have it with the human capital program called the mentorship. So there is a lot of policies that Saudi Arabia, they are working on it to improve this kind of participation. For example, the Ministry of Culture, they have many programs and initiatives which move those people in the remote area who's working on the handmade industries, how we can activate them within the main cities within Saudi Arabia to improve their career. Another thing related to the female empowerment, how we can increase them to ensure that we keep them learn to have their participation even after 60 years old. So we have this kind of mentorship. We have many programs. I think later we can discuss it more and we can explain what kind of initiative that HRDF they have on program that will increase that kind of participation. But how we can put new policies, I think, thinking about the consultation job to be part of them, thinking about activate this kind of remote areas jobs that is very active in Saudi Arabia, how we can increase it with a sustainable job within Saudi Arabia, and for the female as well, how we can keep this kind of empowerment and the lifelong learning for them as well, to ensure that they will keep working even after this kind of this age with the 60 or 65 years old.
Thank you so much, Ashrak, and you're absolutely right. I mean, it's really impressive how quickly things are changing here in Saudi, and sometimes the statistics cannot quite keep up with that change that is so rapid. And you're absolutely right, the percentage of females that are now employed in the labor market increased from around 17% in 2019 to more than 36% today. So this is a rapid increase, which will of course affect some of the statistics when it comes to labor market participation after 65 years as well. So there's a lot we can learn, I think, from Saudi, but I want to now turn to Mahmoud on the other end of the panel, given that this theme is something that you brought up in your opening statement. Mahmoud, an estimated 39% of skills needed for jobs today will change in the near future. So will no longer be relevant, right? Because of changing technologies, changing market demands, etc. And this is, of course, particularly concerning for mature workers, as skills obsolescence can lead to a decline in that productivity that you talked about and really hinder the ability of this population to contribute effectively to the workforce and therefore also to the economies of the countries that we work in. Mahmoud, from your experience, can you talk a little bit about how the education systems can be restructured to support continuous upskilling and also reskilling of mature workers so that they can remain productive and engaged in the labor force?
No, very excellent question, Chris. And let me start by saying that the truth is most education systems currently are not set up to support lifelong learning. So the way currently in most education systems is that access to education is very structured, it's very standardized, it's based on formal examination, and there are very limited opportunities if you are beyond the kind of the school aging population. If you already finished higher education or tertiary education, coming back, the opportunities are very limited. And that's why, and that's one of the main reasons when you look at the data, the available statistics. So for instance, you only see that 40% of adult workers have experienced some kind of learning opportunities. Only 40%, less than half. And that's in general. When you start zooming in, you will find that the low-skilled workers or adults with low skills, this rate is even much lower. It's 20% in one in five. And the issue with that statistic, you would see what you highlighted in the question is that a lot of changes in the skills demanded from the labor market are affecting adults with low skills the most. They're in low-paying jobs. They're in jobs that doesn't require a lot of education, a lot of skills, and the fact that they're getting very limited learning is really concerning. And the concern is that they end up in what's called the low skills trap, which is basically they end up in position where the skills are gonna vanish in the next, say, 40 to 50 years, and they're receiving very little opportunities that enable them to move to different jobs. In order to reverse that trend, education, the way education system is configured need to change. And by that I mean a couple of areas. One, there is really a need to flexible pathways to learning opportunities. The kind of the traditional way of you have to finish secondary education or you have to have a degree in order to have access to some form of tertiary education, that needs to change. And the flexible pathways needs to take into account the constraints that adult workers have in terms of time, in terms of family constraints, in terms of others. Learning opportunities for adult workers already need to be short. So the traditional full-time program is not going to really work for adult workers who have very limited time and very limited resources as well. There needs to be also a kind of some recognition of prior learning. A lot of workers have have skills that are not certified or documented somehow, and this needs to change. And this is important because it boosts their motivation and confidence. It also gives employers some sense of improving the matching between the type of workers they have and the type of jobs they have. And then lastly, let me say, the discussion around lifelong learning is beyond just the education system. when you look at the data and the research, you will find that two of the main barriers for access to learning among adults are time constraints. They basically can leave their jobs and pursue education, and then financial constraints. They don't have the money. And these two things would require policy interventions beyond education. So I think the bottom line is addressing this would require some adaptability from the education sector, but it also requires some policies in terms of providing some kind of financial support, and also some kind of flexibility for workers to pursue learning opportunities.
Thank you, Mahmoud, for really outlining some of these strategies and policies. And I want to still stick with you for a quick follow-up question. Just to mention that, I mean, lifelong learning is in large part self-motivated, right? Can you talk a little bit about some of the strategies that can be implemented to make lifelong learning more accessible, but also more appealing to mature workers?
Let me say, I think there are a couple of very quick, looking at the different country experiences. I think one very famous example is the Skills Future in Singapore, which is basically provide credits to adult workers to pursue learning opportunities, which take care of the financial constraint of access to learning. And that model of providing vouchers, providing grants is evident in Singapore, but it's also evident in other countries. Netherlands is one of them. British Columbia and Canada is one of them. Another strategy is basically taking learning into where adult workers are. So just waiting for them to come to universities or TVET center or schools are not going to cut it. I think because of financial and time constraints, a lot of countries introduce this kind of approach of having lifelong learning centers, adult learning centers across. So it's actually closer to these workers, and it's useful on assessing their skills, building their learning journeys, and certifying any existing knowledge they have. And then lastly, some countries like Japan, for instance, and others introduce policies and laws around regulating paid education leaves, which is basically giving workers some chance to not leave their work, but to take some time off to pursue learning opportunities. Countries differ in terms of the number of hours per year, the amount of money, but these are some of the key examples that countries are currently pursuing to boost learning among adults.
Thank you very much. Very interesting examples from different contexts and countries. I want to move back to what you mentioned around the importance of flexible education systems and industry collaboration, and I want to spend the next couple of questions around this particular theme. I want to move to Tammy Rosen for this question. Tammy, despite the challenges that come with a rapidly aging population, many companies are still clinging to very traditional models of work. And based on your experience, how can organizations rethink the structure of work to better support aging workers, and what kind of flexibility can be built into workforce models to keep mature workers engaged for much longer?
It's such a great question because as we know, during COVID, we had such a good opportunity to change the way we work. Instead, we focused more on the location in which we worked and not as much about the different norms and how we connect and how we collaborate. So I saw that opportunity during COVID to be the restart, not only for educational organizations, which missed the opportunity, but also major organizations to really rethink how they get work done. For those that don't know, I worked at a company called Atlassian, and I was the author of Team Anywhere, which was one of the first remote workforces. But part of what they did was not to just talk about, the opportunity to get people that didn't move to the locations in which the offices are. That's a positive. But they also talked about how do you deal with intentional collaboration, and how do you start to change the norms in which you work every day and not just substitute it with a Zoom, because that doesn't do it. And so I think those were the opportunities to really try to reinvent how you work, and then really to think about that collaboration that needs to be intentional and not only in person, but also asynchronous, or even remotely through using Zoom and other types of video conferencing. And we kind of lost that opportunity because people didn't go far enough. and they just spent the time. And what you hear now is everybody struggling with getting people to return back to work versus how they're going to have more impact or how they're going to measure impact and performance in this new way. And I think for all populations, including those that are aging, it's an important opportunity for us. We now all want flexibility. We can't unsee what we saw during COVID. We want this. We want this new way of working. So now we need to also push ourselves to say as companies, how do we inspire our people to work when they can work, where they can work, and then to really encourage those ways of learning in a different way. And I think we get very caught up in sort of the processes and the processes that we need to do to actually get things done at a job versus really rethinking the streams of work and those different mechanisms that will make us much more efficient and much more impactful. So one idea we brought into my current company, Pagaya, was really teaching learning at the core of everything we do. And learning, as we think about it, is not just the old systems of memorization and acquiring skills, but it's more about how you apply them and how you then do that to new situations, bringing your experience to bear. And so we kind of threw out performance reviews. And we said, performance reviews are backward looking. They're looking at how you did something. They're not instructing you how to do it differently in the future, and it's measuring only what you're going to pay or how you're going to get promoted. So we said, no, that's not the right system. We're going to create something called the continuous learning, or the CLC, the continuous learning cycle. And really what it was very simple. 4 simple questions. What have you set out to do over the last 3 to 6 months for your goals? What have you learned, both positive and negative? What are you going to do in the next 3 to 6 months? And then what do you need from the company and the management to do it? It takes 1 week for an employee to fill that out, and it took 1 or 2 weeks for a manager to have a conversation sharing their reflections. We had in the first week, close to 100% of people completed it, and then within 4 weeks, every single person in the company had had a conversation. Now the crazy part about it is when we asked people what did they love about it, was simplicity. It was a contract with them and their manager about what they were going to do, and then they really felt there was true impact on what they can learn from it. And I think this will especially be good for older populations because we want to have conversations that show impact and that we're consistently moving forward and learning. And so we had great success with it, with over 80% of people looking forward to the next continuous learning cycle, which was something I'm sure in most performance reviews, most people will be like, I'm not looking forward to that next one, right? So what I think needs to happen for companies is to build that culture of learning and to further look at impact as your ability to learn versus your ability to just memorize and deliver. I think both come hand in hand. When you are learning, you will have more impact and you'll have more delivery for the company.
Oh, thank you so much. I mean, fascinating suggestions. I think these are all great suggestions of what companies can do to support the elderly workforce. Of course, proactive leadership in all of this is absolutely critical. Just a quick follow-up question to you. Thinking of the education sector, again, that Mahmoud was talking about, can you talk a little bit about how businesses can collaborate with educational institutions to create pathways for older workers to upskill and reskill in alignment with industry demands, of course, as well?
Absolutely. I think it's a partnership. And it can no longer be just I'm sponsoring the program or giving money to a program. I think it needs to be co-developed and really look at the skills you need today, the skills you want tomorrow, the impact you want to have for your company, and really designing alongside educators in order to help. And some of that can be brought in-house, and some of that can be done within the university systems that are out there. But either way, I think it needs to have a more focus on multidisciplinary and not specific to any one subject. Because we go and we teach, well, you're in technology, so you're going to learn coding, or you're in sales, you're going to learn sales, or you're in product, you're going to learn product. I think you need to have a combination of all of those things. And especially as the AI revolution is here, we know that people are going to need to be much more on how they interpret, how they adapt, how they synthesize versus actually doing the core, basics. So it's important to partner and to co-design. And because each company is somewhat unique, I think it will spur people having to have sort of their own programs within universities or even in-house.
Well, thank you so much. And sticking to that topic of partnership and industry collaboration, I want to now turn to Alberto. Alberto, based on your extensive experience in international business, can you give us your views of how public-private collaboration can ensure that tertiary programs provide adults with job-relevant skills? And what is the role that industry partnerships, in your view, can play in this process as well?
So, well, professionally, me as overseas director of BWG, Beijing Enterprising Water Group, we try to be the most social responsibility and matching always the entrepreneurship level. So we try always to bring the oldest workers from our collaborators from our company all over all the countries to match in other countries also to bring the ideas, different culture, but the mentoring. So think about that. One of the advice suggestions that I would like to give to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is rethink about the ICAMA issues, because it's very hard to get someone older than 60 years old to get here to work. And will be good to bring these experts, because the 60s of today probably is the 45s or the 50s of the past. So there are lots of people active that with lots of experience that can bring much more opportunities to the kingdom also on expertise in some sectors. As a institutional, as a president of JAN, European Young Entrepreneurs of European Union, we do lots of events in all over the world. I can mention 3 of them. Business Rail is one of the events that is more dynamic, was founded by Gabriela on SIC, International Culture. That is a project that we cross Europe and China by train. And we hope that sooner or later, when the war stops between Ukraine and Russia, that we can do from Brussels to Beijing this project. This is a mentoring project where we go on a train, and during the carriage we make speed meetings on the way that each one can introduce for 3 minutes, and we can try to make collaborations. Then in each stopover we make forums to support the women, entrepreneurship level, social skills, and bringing also the kids from the other kind of backgrounds to match and to know. What we ask for the people that goes with us is CEOs of high-level people and professional level, is to be the mentor of at least one kid. We don't ask for money, we ask that they be proactive. As like I said before, be the best version of yourself, give time back to the society. The other one is Business Trip 4x4. We cross Africa every year from one coast to another coast, and we support 100 schools. That 100 schools we support with materials, but mostly with the education. Is one more, these skills to welcome and to start this generation of be the mentor, be someone that can help someone that is a new project, and it can be with finance, but mostly with the goals and vision. And the other one that we are starting now here, and we hope that considering the vision of Saudi Arabia with NEOM and Red Sea Global, we would like to do this year, probably in November, the first business cruise that will be put CEOs of high-level companies also to matching with some social responsible projects. So here we already discussed a little bit about that. I believe that could be a very huge project with a huge responsibility, but mostly with a great impact, because we can achieve directly projects on the way that we can keep this matching between the levels and on educational skills.
Well, thank you so much. And there's clearly a lot of innovation here, a lot of potential for impact. Great that you're coming to Saudi Arabia to work here as well. I want to just go back to the issue of entrepreneurship. You mentioned Jun, you're also the chairman of AJPEC. Both are very well-known entrepreneurs associations. So I just wonder, how does entrepreneurship fit into this whole discussion around aging and lifelong learning?
So it's mostly to make the match between the generations. Is understanding that even now, I'm now 41 years old, and in some countries, young entrepreneurs is 25, 35, 40, 45. In our European Union, we are getting even longer. I already said that I quit this year. This is my last year as a president. I'm already 41. But we still get in this gap of generation and understanding what is the young entrepreneur, because we are getting older and we are getting also more mature, but at the same time with a young spirit that probably 20 years ago was different. So this lack of understanding what is young entrepreneur also makes bringing on the light how we can make the match. What we tried to do, and what I tried to do the last 10 years on matching on my goals on institutional level, was mostly being our best self version of each one of us and bringing back to the society what we learned. So trying to get the programs from the kindergarten to the older ones, for example, in agriculture standards, like for example, I'm a farmer in Portugal. What we did a few years ago, we started a project that is called As the Small Producers. So we match the small producers with the older producers to teach things that we don't get the information on the internet nowadays, because nowadays we just see that it's true if we get something reported. But we need to get the goals of the basic standards of agriculture, sometimes in the field. At the same time, we support them to sell, and for each 100 pieces that they sell, they give one donation to one association, support the kids with cancer, the mothers in needs, and so on. The thing is making the cycle. And I think that the world will be much more beautiful and easy if each one of us can contribute in a good goal.
Oh, thank you so much. Look, I mean, the importance of intergenerational connection is, you know, should be underscored as a critical aspect to lifelong learning. And I want to now spend the next couple of questions actually on this particular topic, because we know that the interaction of people can create a much more inclusive and supportive learning environment for everyone. And I want to turn here to Carsten. Carsten, I know you've written a book about the importance of networking as a key future skill, and one that algorithms, as you say, currently cannot do better than any humans, right? From your perspective then, what role does networking play for lifelong learning and for the elderly as well?
Let me try and link the geopolitical megatrend of aging to something that the individual can do. So if we look at the megatrends in aging, we see that countries are realizing there's stuff to be done. The aging population poses problems that we're talking about all over the place. Now, of course, the aging population has some benefits and some challenges. The challenges might be, as we grow older, we have to work longer, which means we need to make sure that our skills stay up to date and that we remain flexible. But there are also opportunities, and that means we have the older generation that brings in a lot of wisdom and experience and perspective and insight, but they can only provide that if the system provides the logic to link. And this is where lifelong learning becomes a key concept or enabler. Now, the problem is that most people don't really know how to connect with other people. You mentioned my book. I speak about what I call unstructured networking, unintentional, non-task-oriented talking to people, which is not exactly what is necessary here. So the idea, now trying to bridge the generational gap, is how do we provide a learning opportunity where old and young learn that sharing information is not just beneficial, but there are some really easy ways to do so. A handful of tips and tricks, of concepts to apply in order to learn how to provide my knowledge to somebody else who might be in need of that. Happily go into more detail if you wish me to.
No, thank you so much, Carsten, really for emphasizing the importance of older adults learning how to navigate and leverage social and professional networks so that they can continue to play an active role in the workforce. Just a quick follow-up question, Carsten, to you from your view then, and sort of thinking again about the education sector in all of this. How can the education sector, as well as employers, foster adult-centric learning and these social and professional connections as well?
I guess there are three main aspects that I'd like to focus on, if I think of your question. The first thing is that teaching structured networking is really an easy thing to do. 5 general concepts that are necessary to do so. We need to understand there's the role of the seeker, the connector, and the giver. We need to understand that there's something that I call a task, which is a search request, and there's my own brand. So typically the human being likes to help other human beings, but if I don't know who you are and I don't really understand what you're looking for, I'd rather do nothing than the wrong thing. So teaching it is an obvious choice. The second one is maybe a bit more difficult, and that is to make individuals and organizations understand that it's not me against you, it's me and you, because the levels of complexity of our world today, business or societal, doesn't matter, is so huge that no matter how brilliant I might be as an individual, I can't fix the problems anyway by myself. And the third one is maybe more aspirational, even maybe reaching into the younger generations, even more so than the old generation. And that is to understand that it's in order to achieve bigger successes together, I need to learn to forgo my immediate personal maximum gratification. All three aspects are teachable. I think corporates, as much as the education sector, can do so, should do so. Not a big deal.
Thank you, Carsten. And I'm cognizant of running out of time here. So let me perhaps end this round of question with a final question to Ashwak to bring the discussion back to Saudi Arabia. Ashwak, based on sort of what you heard, what is your view on how educational and industry programs here in Saudi Arabia can foster this intergenerational learning and the social connections that we were talking about?
Okay. Now I will wear the hat of HRDF. So because I really happy because you just discussed so many programs or many initiatives also related to the long life learning, and also how we can keep it for people who just join even the labor market, all older people as well. So I will start with the e-training. So we have our own platform called DAY1, which is including a lot of many, let's say, thousands of training materials. Anyone can access it, and we can keep giving this kind of training to all people, regardless of the age, maybe 60, 65, or below that. It's okay. They can even access the training, and they can also get a certification regarding this training that they take it. We have many tracks on that. We have in marketing, we have in e-commerce, we have a lot of subjects that we have it on to improve their career. This is the first one. We have another one related to the professional certification. This is one of our product, which we have it within HRDF to help the people to gain a new experience and even reskilling their skills as well. Let's say he's working as an engineer and he have an idea to move to sales, for example, or to move to project management. In this case, he can take this kind of training, and HRDF can subsidize this, the cost of the certification, and we can return this money to him. So we have it currently twice alive, but now currently we are working to improve this number of certification to have it more than this one. Maybe every 2 years we can have more and more. Something very important, because we need the people who are aiming to work more for a long time. They have to be up to date, having a new skills, new experience, and also think about the reskilling as well. We have another program, which is we have this kind of agreement with the mega project, which you have it in Saudi Arabia. We just talk about the Red Sea. We have new. So this kind of agreement with this mega project, we have it within HRDF, to have these young people who just join the labor market to have this experience with the old people who's working on this kind of field. Maybe Saudi, maybe non-Saudi, it's not that impact. We need to improve the experience for those people. For the last one, we have our other program, we have on-the-job training. On-the-job training, this is one of the program which is 6 months of training within the job, and we need to have a mentor for those people. This mentor needs to put this, the agenda of the training, discussion, follow-up, and giving him the final certification that he gained the needed training or needed experience to work on this field. The last one, we have Jadarat platform, which is the unified employment platform, which is, we have it for Saudi Arabia. And we are having a lot of opportunity for all the age. It's not necessary for young people. We are publishing this kind of opportunity within that one, and with different also type of job, maybe part-time, maybe we have it for the flexible hours, full-time. So those people can also apply within Jadarat and to get this opportunity. So I believe, personally, I believe that we learn by other people, with all people, during when we join the labor market and we join the company. So having this kind of experience and cascade this experience to others is something very important. And we are aiming to have more and more within HRDF to support those people and to support the long life learning within our program and our product as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ashwak, on all these great examples of how to connect people, of how to foster intergenerational learning, and how to strengthen social connections. My background is actually in healthcare, and of course, when you have social interactions, when elderly have social interactions, this can improve cognitive function, mental health, overall well-being of older adults as well, which of course improves their productivity in the workforce as well, which would make Mahmoud from the World Bank, I'm sure, quite happy as well. So we're kind of running out of time. Perhaps we'll take one or two questions from the audience at this stage. You can direct them either to the entire panel or to a particular panelist member. Any questions, any comments from anyone about what you've heard today? I know we're between you and the lunch as well. Microphone is coming.
Thank you so much to the panelists. My question is very simple. It's directed to the beautiful lady from Saudi Arabia, just around the issue of the mandate of your Human Resource Development Fund. We are very interested to learn from that. We do have in South Africa the Human Resources Development Council, which we are trying to restructure so that it respond to some of the issues that you have raised. We would like to have more information around the mandate of that fund and to see if we can collaborate going into the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I will clarify the mandate with a very short sentence, which we need to focus on how we can reskill, upskill the people who's living in Saudi Arabia to support them to find the right and sustainable job. At the same time, stay for this job for long life, and it's not only for short time. And the sustainability is very important for us through our all program. And at the same time, all those program and product will impact the unemployment rate within Saudi Arabia, how we can support them to decrease this percentage. And as you know, that alhamdulillah, during the last years, we reach a great percentage, which around 7% of the people that we have within unemployment. So this is the mandate for HRDF, how we can upskill, improve the skills and competences for the people to let them select the right job as well.
So thank you very much. Unfortunately, there's no more time for additional questions, but let me perhaps thank the panelists and all of you also for attending this session. Perhaps just a couple of concluding thoughts, a couple of notes I made. One is we need to be proactive now in education, in industry, in the public sector, in the private sector, to really plan for this rapidly aging population. In many of our contexts, adult workers are falling behind, and this is likely going to happen even more as technologies changes so rapidly, as industry demands are changing. So we need to keep this in mind, and we need to realize that we now have an opportunity as policymakers, as business leaders, to work towards extending the productive working lives of our elderly population. And we've discussed that all of this will require proactive leadership, which is critical. It requires innovation. It requires very strong public-private sector collaboration and flexible pathways and learning that aligns with adult cognition. So thank you very much, and we hope to continue the discussion in the break now. Thank you very much, everyone.
والله good I have فتحوا المايك بلاش. Okay.
Hello. Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this session on future job readiness. Great to be here in Riyadh with all of you. And obviously, in conjunction with the theme of the conference, which is all about beyond readiness, the topic that we picked around future job readiness ties quite closely with that, and especially in this context of the shifts that are happening, the geopolitical challenges that are there, the role of AI, the disruption that is happening from other technology and climate perspective. It makes it sometimes very confusing as to how individuals, organizations, societies, and countries can be ready for the future. So today we have a very impressive panel gathered here who are going to help us sort through all of that, and would love to get some audience participation as well as we go through it. So before we get started, we'd love to have our panelists introduce themselves, and I'll introduce myself at the end. So why don't we start right at the end?
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Amin. I'm a professor at the Graduate School of Education at Harvard. The focus of my research and teaching on how can we use technology, emerging technologies more specifically, to create accessible, scalable experiences for marginalized learners, but for learners at large. And yeah, pleasure being with you here today.
And maybe before we go around, I'd also like for you to set the stage by just talking about, we're going to talk a lot about skills, but if there is one skill that you think is going to be very important for the future, can you say that? And only one, you cannot pick more than one.
Yeah, sure. So the skill would be learning agility. I think it's really important, especially right now, the ability to learn, unlearn, and adapt is incredibly important. We're living through like a lot of changes, and learning how to learn becomes even more important right now.
Got it. Great.
Munira Jamjoom, let me talk a little bit about why I do what I do, and then I've had multiple roles doing what I do. So I'm in the business of solving education problems. That's what I enjoy doing. That's what I've done. But I've had multiple vehicles in my lifetime trying to do that. So I was a teacher, then I was a management consultant, then I set up and founded a company called Imkan Education with some partners that was recently acquired by PwC. And today I'm a partner in PwC Education Practice and Skills, continuing to do what I do in solving education problems for the region and hopefully beyond. Thank you. If I were to choose a skill for future readiness, I was going to say be like water, so agility. But I think I'll choose my second one, which is creativity. I think creativity is critical for the future, and in fact, it's really your survival kit for the future.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thomas.
Thank you very much. My name is Thomas Kurvilla. I have been with Arthur D. Little, the strategy consulting firm, for the last 27 years. I run the entire Middle East and India operations, and I'm also a member of the global board of Arthur D. Little. I also have the privilege to teach in multiple colleges, but it is business administration in India, in INSEAD, and in the UK. Related to the work, I have done extensive work related to policies and regulations across multiple sectors, and also in economic city development and also public-private partnership. And in coming back to the theme of this discussion, I think everywhere where we have attempted or developing strategies for economic development, the biggest issue is human capability. And that is the fundamental issue that is enabling us or prohibiting any economic development in any country. And that's what I have seen in my last 20, 25 years of experience.
Got it.
On one capability that is important, I have decided today I will not talk about artificial intelligence. I will not talk about artificial intelligence. Why? Because the most important capability in my view is real intelligence. Because in my view, artificial intelligence has no intelligence in my view. It is just a very effective, efficient, consistent, produces consistent outcome. And my real concern is by using a lot of AI, we are giving up on the human emotional capabilities, human wisdom, all of that we are losing. And I'm worried that over a period of time, by using a lot of artificial intelligence, our fundamental intelligence will deteriorate. And in my view, that is what we need to really take care of going forward in the skills development program. Otherwise, we will all, sorry to put it a bit blunt, we will all rely on AI, and we may all end up being a bit stupid.
We'll dumb down society, okay?
Yes, that's my view.
Come back to that.
And I'm really worried about it, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, hi, my name is Uta. I'm from Germany. I'm a labor market researcher. I work for the Institute for Employment Research in Nuremberg. And my research mainly focuses on skills shortages, on apprenticeship training and further training. I'm very happy to be here. And for me, the most important skill is being open to learn, being willing to learn, and never stop learning, but continue learning over your whole life course.
Got it. Great. And my name is Rohit Sharma. I'm with ETS. We are an education and talent solution organization that believes in advancing the science of measurement to power human progress. What that essentially means is, how do we use our products and solutions, which are largely assessments, to measure learning that is happening at different stages, right from the entry point to formative learning to also summative assessments. At ETS, my role is I oversee our global operations as well as oversee our language programs.
that enable mobility, both international student mobility, but also career and economic mobility through programs like TOEIC. In my view, I'll just also self-answer the question. The skill, I think that'll be very helpful since many of the skills you guys have already answered. I'm going to pick perseverance. I think even as you go through a learning journey, there will be times when you're hitting a roadblock. There will be times when it's going to be tough, and your ability to persevere and get through those times is going to be equally important. Great, let's get started. And as we talked about, we are talking about future job readiness. The theme of the conference here at HCI is Beyond Readiness. As you think about readiness as a concept, it encompasses so many things. Readiness can be readiness from a skills perspective that we talked about, readiness from being in the right place at the right time, readiness from an education perspective. How do all of us think about readiness from the different dimensions that are there? So maybe we'll start this way around this time.
Yeah, okay. So as I told you, I'm a labor market researcher, so I mainly view it from a labor market perspective, and I think there are three main trends on the labor markets. These are technological change, green transition, we have globalization, and in some countries, like in Germany, we also have a demographic change, so we have an aging workforce, a shrinking workforce, and I think against this background, it's very important for workers to adapt to these changes, to avoid unemployment, so reskilling is important, but also upskilling. Sometimes you have to learn a new job to avoid unemployment. And as I already said, I think the most important skill, is to be open to learn, to be adaptable, and continue learning over your whole life course. And of course, you also need occupation-specific skills, you need digital skills, but be open,
So both
very important.
So you're approaching it from a skills perspective and saying both the occupation or functional skills as well as some of these other durable skills we talked about, learning agility. Thomas?
Thank you. As I said, I will not talk about artificial intelligence the entire session. There is very clear evidence and data that says that 40 to 50% of what we are learning today is going to be irrelevant in 5 years' time. There are very clear evidence for that. And also the curriculum that is being designed, if you look at what LinkedIn says or what people are looking for, again, 30 to 40% of what is being taught in the coming future is not going to be relevant in 5 to 7 years' time. That is what has been proven. So for me, the most important point is the ability to adapt and learn new things. And it is not about the degree that you are earning and the technical skills that you are learning. That is not what is more important. It is your capability, right? Resilient and be able to adapt and quickly learn something which is very different, and there is nothing about that you cannot learn or you should not learn. So the resilience and adaptability to new topics is extremely important. And the second one is emotional intelligence, and I'm getting again a little bit worried with a lot of influence of AI. We are missing the human touch because the interactions with human beings are reducing a lot, and hence your emotional intelligence is maybe deteriorating a bit, and that is, you need to be on top of that to be able to be successful when you have this ever-changing world moving forward.
So I don't think so anybody will disagree.
Right.
The challenge has been around how do we implement that and be able to effectively measure so that there is less subjectivity around it and very objective way to measure. So we'll park that thought and see if Munira, you want to address that or add to that.
So, I mean, the question is ready for what?
Okay.
You asked us, how can you be future ready, but ready for what? Let's see where we are today, just picking up on what Thomas said. So we are today in a world where 1 in every 5 jobs vanishes every 5 years. That's not even a career span.
Right.
So you have a job vanishing every 5 years.
Right.
The latest WEF report, which was excellent on, I think a lot of you read the WEF report, 80 million jobs are vanishing, 60 million jobs are being created. So it's really a renaissance in how we're looking at the workforce, and nobody has an answer on how we can be future ready. I think that this is a question we started in Saudi Arabia 9 years ago. In 2016, when we launched Vision 2030, the question was, we want to be an ambitious nation. We want to understand how our young people are going to be future ready. So we've been discussing it for the past 9 years. And today we are discussing it at a world stage, maybe with different experiences and you know, because the whole world is going through this. But really being future ready is about enabling young people to build a future we don't know, to shape a future we don't know yet. So we need to think in terms of capabilities. So what capabilities do these young people need to build blindly? So it's not about reading the map, it's about drawing the map, where I think it might be heading.
Got it. So we need to be able to paint a picture where we are saying where we are headed and what is needed. What you'll eventually end up doing may be unknown or not clear at this point. Okay.
Yes, I'm trying to build on what wasn't said. So I think beginning with the questioning part, which is critical thinking, also is what differentiates us as human beings. I think the more we engage with technology, the more it will be even more important to question what it means to be human. Part of it, hopefully, is critical thinking, and maybe even that's being questioned right now. But I think, to your point about monitoring, we need to create systems that are constantly adapting to what's needed. Not just say like, yeah, today everyone should learn, sorry to almost to say artificial intelligence, among other things. We need to create systems and feedback loops that would allow us to constantly know what is needed, where we are right now from an infrastructure perspective, from a human capital perspective, and what plans can we design to maintain the human aspect of who we are and allow us to build systems for the future.
So picking on that, I want to maybe push on each one of us to talk about, are there real life examples, even though they may be on small scale, that we have seen this work quite well? Because I think conceptually all of us would intellectually agree that these are the right things. Let's be curious, let's have the learning agility. How do you see these things being implemented, whether in a workforce setting, in an education setting? Any examples anybody would like to get started?
I can give an example of a simple project that we are doing. Maybe all of you have much more experience in education. I'm a bit more on economic development, and maybe that is normal. But what I have seen is normally when we use technology, we are missing the capability of human emotions, measuring it and adapting technology to be customer-centric or client-centric and reacting to them. And last month, I was in a program in which they are coming up with a system to teach students mathematics, right? And initially, the way it was designed, it is just a bot is teaching mathematics, but now it is reading the facial expressions of the student, and each student is getting a completely different teacher. So by reading the expression, whether he's very happy when I say 2 plus 2 is equal to 4, he understands that it moves very quickly. Then one student was very unhappy. Then the system was showing some pictures, football, race cars, music, and he was very much addicted to football. And then they started using football games and showing 2 footballs, 2 plus 2, how many football is it, showing sports car and all of that. So what I have seen was extremely useful is continuously interpreting, reading the human emotions and adapting the technical system to interact with them. That will definitely give tremendous benefit.
And this was happening in what context?
We are developing the curriculum for students of the age between 6 to 10.
Okay.
And what was very interesting is the philosophy assumes that we should not even teach everybody the same thing even at the age of 6. It's a very controversial statement. The system was able to read somebody and understand that he is going to become good in economics. I don't know how they find that out. Or somebody is going to be good in horse riding, or somebody is going to be good in music. And the system is able to understand what will he be passionate about, and hence the student is never getting bored, never resisting the system of teaching, and he's very excited to be always being taught because it is continuously integrated with the human emotions. And I saw that live. Somebody who did not want to study was not even leaving the system because they were using many things that he is associated to. He loved a lot and he wanted to study 24 hours.
Got it.
It was unbelievable. Yeah.
Okay, any other examples?
I'll give two very quick examples. I'll take national and then sectoral. So for national, I think, and I'm not being biased, Saudi Arabia is an excellent example. Today we have an initiative under Vision 2030 called the Human Capital Development Program, which is hosting the HCI today. When we started this journey, we had huge challenges. So we started discussing in 2016. We agreed in 2021 what we want our human capital to look like. And we agreed on 3 words: globally competitive citizen, مواطن منافس عالميا. And then we started defining exactly what we mean by globally competitive citizen. Today, if you look at the outcomes, and I will say they are initial outcomes. We have not seen the full outcome yet. Our unemployment rate is the lowest it has ever been. It's at 7% due to the women empowerment initiatives and women going into the workforce. And female participation rate, we hit that target of more than 30%. So that's at a national level. We are starting to see indicators that what we're doing is working. At least what we agreed on is working. Now, if we look at the sectoral level, and I think it's a success story, is the arts and culture sector in Saudi Arabia. Just 7 years ago, non-existent, 0. No arts and culture sector, no definition, no jobs in the arts and culture sector. Today, it's one of the most promising sectors in the kingdom. How? The question is, how did we do that? There was a national culture strategy. The national culture strategy needed a human capital strategy, which is what we are discussing here. And then real initiatives started to come out of that. We don't understand arts and culture to begin with. Let's start with a scholarship program. We have local talent. How can we find the local talent? So for me, the arts and culture sector is one of the most successful examples in the kingdom in terms of job creation and innovation. For example, I was part of a project 2 years ago where we started training KG teachers on the introduction of music in the early years. This is revolutionary for the kingdom. So we're really trying to think about it holistically from a national perspective, but also from a sectoral perspective.
So maybe taking a time upfront to define, okay, if we want to be a powerhouse in, let's say, arts and culture, and that's a decade-long journey, how are we going to measure it through milestones in the future?
Exactly.
Maybe employment in that category or sector is one example of that, but even developing the human capability. Okay.
Yes.
Any other examples?
Yeah, I think also from a systems perspective, there's the Singaporean model. So Singapore in 2015 launched the Skills Future initiative, which basically offered citizens credits to take courses that were defined, but still offered them agency to take some of those courses. And so far, there have been more than 1 million people who have engaged with some of those experiences. One of the great things about this model specifically is that A, it worked really well during COVID because it allowed a lot of the citizens to actually engage with courses, upskill and reskill. And B, is that it's not focused on degrees. I think one of the issues, as someone at Harvard, this is something that we deal with all the time. People are always looking for degrees at those prestigious institutions, and at times we are implicated in this process. But I think one of the great things about this Skills Future initiative is that it focused on skills and credentialing rather than just focused on degrees, which again, makes it more agile and makes it easier to adapt the learners to whatever the need is from a job market perspective.
Got it.
Okay, yeah. So I can give you an example from Germany. So I think all of us are aware of the necessity of learning, but not everyone is. And we know that participation in further training is not evenly spread among different groups of employees. So especially lower skilled employees as well as older employees do not participate very often in further training. And in Germany, there's a program that's run by the trade unions. It's a training mentorship, a mentoring program. So it's a kind of peer group mentoring. Trade unions train employees, which may be part of the work councils, as mentors. And these mentors try to convince their colleagues about the necessity of learning. They also give them advice of where to find suitable training measures and give other hints. And I think it can help also bringing disadvantaged groups into further training.
And is that something that we see around the world, that in many cases junior level employees and or people coming from lower socioeconomic backgrounds are perhaps a group that is most vulnerable as things are changing, not getting access to the training. So how do you make a training or a upskilling system that is much more inclusive? Is there any best practices around that based on your experiences in different areas?
Yeah, I think so through my work, I was the senior director of impact and efficacy at Sesame Workshop, which is the entity behind Sesame Street. It's an educational media company. And we developed a technology decision roadmap. So we actually developed a whole roadmap that's available online for free to use. And I think it begins with needs assessment. You need to understand the need. One of the most recurrent issues with any technology is that we force the technology on people. We don't try to understand their need by co-creating with people. And I think the best practice would be to empower whoever we are partnering with, and even change the language. Sometimes we say, yes, this is a beneficiary. No, this person, they're partners. They are people who are likely to sustain this work. So beginning with the needs assessment that's built in, you're not just doing it in the beginning to tick the box. It's a constant process of trying to understand the need, trying to understand how it has shifted based on what's happening on the ground, and at the same time making sure that it is self-sustaining beyond your presence. If you are the World Bank, if you are any entity, PwC, any entity, you want to make sure that whatever you're creating can be sustained by the locals within this context.
Got it. Thomas mentioned that he's not going to talk about AI, but we have to bring AI into the conversation. And just as a perspective, many of us have been talking about the different skills and what is required. If you reflect back, 2 years back if we go, let's just go back 2 years, would any of the answers that we are giving or the things that we are thinking was it different 2 years back? When AI was not as much front and center, as much common in terms of both usage as well as adoption.
Yes, for me, 2 years back, I would have given a lot more importance to AI skills, by the way. you see, I know it may sound a bit contradictory the way I'm answering it, because after using AI and seeing the impact of AI, we gave 2 years back, we said, let us concentrate on AI. Now I'm really getting a little bit worried that we may lose many of the important skills that are being discussed here because we are going to rely on technology. And sorry to put it bluntly, are we going to become more stupid? And there is a very good article in the Fortune magazine. It clearly says human intelligence has peaked. And based on whatever study they have done, it has been going up, it has peaked, and now going forward, if you don't make any fundamental changes, it cannot go up anymore, it will go down.
Munira, I think you want to react, yes.
Yeah, look, I'm not so much a doomsday around AI, but I do think we need to think about AI fluency, big time. How was it different 2 years ago? I think 2 years ago we were thinking about jobs. Today we're not so much thinking about jobs or job categories. I think we're thinking about capabilities. I do think we need to integrate AI fluency in everything that we do, so we don't rely, fair point, we don't want to rely on AI where it doesn't matter. And I think we need to understand where AI matters. I read a study, I think it was 2023, MIT and Boston University, and they were looking at specifically the job of customer success. How does AI support, customer support in individuals where they thought it would replace their job, but it actually improved productivity by 14%, and it supported lower performing employees. So there is a positive side. So if we focus on productivity, if we focus on supporting individuals, I'm a special needs teacher. So there are a lot of kids with disabilities who might need AI to support them in their learning journey. So I'm not so much of a doomsday around AI.
Any other thoughts in terms of in a world there where AI wasn't as much front and center?
Yes.
Or we are going back to maybe thinking about AI as one of those technical skills and durable skills that we often keep on talking about. And is AI, just AI fluency, another technical skill that you need to have?
So maybe just let's start with another point. So when we look at the labor market effects of technological change, we know so far in the past years, mainly lower skilled workers were at a high risk of being automated by new technologies. But this situation has changed with the evolvement of AI. So nowadays also high skilled occupations, employees are at a risk of being substituted by AI, and I think that's what we also have to take into account when talking about learning and future skills, which jobs are at a high risk or will be at a high risk.
You're absolutely right. In fact, if you look at some of the data around the world, entry-level software jobs that previously were given to people with a bachelor's degree are going away in large numbers.
Right.
And so that's definitely one consequence of what's happening out there. In terms of, we're going to come to all of you in just a minute. As you think about finally on sticking to the topic of AI and literacy, since it is very important. Munira, you mentioned about how do you get fluent in that, and obviously it's some would say we are still at the early stages, and the fluency will obviously grow as the technology becomes more mature, more wide-scale adaptability happens. What do we do with children who are at the primary school level, junior school level, in terms of developing that core AI fluency? Do you ask them to become AI fluent, or do you focus their learning on how do you learn new things, how do you become curious about new topics rather than AI focused?
Yeah, so I don't think it's either or. I think you need both. So, and Dr. Amin as well, I think you've been working on this, but it's not only what to think, but how to think as well. That's critical. It's about the emotional intelligence that you talked about, to have that embedded in the curriculum,
Right.
because you need to have them happen in parallel. And at the same time, maybe we need to look at AI as part of a larger digital literacy umbrella. AI is one part of a digital literacy umbrella, and a digital safety, which today digital safety discussions are a big part of what's happening in schools and universities and for young people. So starting to integrate that as we learn more about the technology and how we can use it safely, and we're all in learning mode. I mean, I'm a founder in some of other tech startups. Our tech team is in learning mode. I cannot tell you that they fully understand AI, but they're all in that learning cycle, and having that open-minded mentality to learn something new and adjust as we go along, I think is very important.
Can I just, today morning, there was a very interesting announcement from China, and within Arthur D. Little, my colleague Ryan is there. We had a lot of debates on WhatsApp on this topic, which I'm going to raise. So in China, it was announced that it is going to be made mandatory for everybody from the age of 5 to be educated on how to use AI. At the age of 5, it is mandatory. And I will just make Sorry?
They knew when to switch off the mic.
Okay,
Too much
I'll
AI
keep
talk.
quiet then.
Yeah.
No, it's working. See, I think we have to 100% use AI to get the benefit of educating even at the youngest age, maximum benefit in educating them. But I have a view that it is better to keep them little bit away from using AI and learning everything using AI, and you're losing your human touch, human capabilities. I know it's a bit, so I'm not saying not to use AI. Use AI in enabling them to learn, but don't give them access to mobile. Don't give them access to computer by which they bypass the learning
process. Yeah.
and making it mandatory at an age of 6 to become AI proficient. I personally believe it is too early, and I even believe it is wrong in my view. It should be done maybe at the age of maybe 10, 12, maybe not at the age of 5, because then you may lose them completely. That's my view. Yeah.
So maybe we'll just turn to our audience here and see if there are any questions. Yes, please. Can we have a mic, please?
Working? Yeah. I will answer the question as if I am part of the panel.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
For example, for the skills that I think it's the most crucial for the future is the prompt engineering, learning how to ask the Gen AI. And regarding the future of the Gen AI, or are we optimistic or pessimistic? I'm quite optimistic. I know that the human mind will go through a phase of a freeze for a period of time, but by nature, the brain of humans is looking for a new, is looking for development, and will not accept the status of being not used, okay? And we will reinvent new things based on the AI. AI is taking the control now, but we will take it back. Thank you.
Got it.
Can I ask one question?
Yes, please.
Yeah, sure.
In your view, let us say there is a person who is very literate about AI and has been using ChatGPT, Perplexity, and all of that. Somebody has used it for 2 years continuously.
Yep.
There is another human being who has not used it. He's very new to it. Whom do you think will have the better prompting to the system? I have an answer, I have proven it, but I just wanted to understand whom do you think will have a right, appropriate prompting? Is it a person who has more experience using AI, or is it a person who has limited experience using AI?
I can see it in the daily life. I see people when they just install the ChatGPT or whatever, really they don't know what to ask or how to ask it.
Right.
While the one who trained on AI, trained on the questions, he knows exactly how to get the answer. Even when they are looking for a drawing, they are asking the Gen AI to draw a picture or to draw an artwork. The one who is very experienced, he knows the details that he should write, while the other one, he might be very smart, but he doesn't know how to ask the question.
Okay.
What is the...
Can I reply to that?
It's the
I'm
opposite.
sorry, I'm talking a lot, so I'm feeling a bit guilty, and even the mic is automatically switching off.
Yeah, that's AI working behind the scenes.
So let me give you I'll just give this answer, because as I said in the beginning of my session, I'm a little bit exaggerating my views to convey the message, right? Because I still say that artificial intelligence is not intelligent. Now, so a person who is very experienced in prompting will efficiently prompt and get an outcome. But let me tell you the problem with that outcome. That outcome is very consistent and constant. You see that what I'm trying to tell you. So a person who is very good in prompting is very efficient in prompting, and they prompt like a machine because they have become good. They will get an output, but the output is predictable. Now, if you ask somebody who has not used AI, he will take a lot more time to prompt, but since his mind has not been automated, the human emotional thinking is still with him. His prompting is a bit all over the place, but he gets a completely different, more artistic, more variety outcome. I have seen it myself.
So look, there's a debate whether it's efficient but not effective.
correct.
Or how do we measure that? But let's go to other questions, if there are from the audience, please. Yes.
Thank you for the nice discussion. It just make me think more and just like, I have a question here, just like I'm wondering, I kept thinking from a database, like if we are looking in the future and we don't know what the skill we are looking for, what would be the research base or what kind of data we are looking for to actually at least predict what kind of human capability or what kind of a skill we're gonna be looking for after 10 years. Like, for example, we're looking now for workforce and we're predicting what kind of jobs. Maybe within that we can extract those kind of skills, but how? I mean, I was just wondering while you guys were talking, so I don't know if you
So I think Dr.
have any question
Munira
for me.
may have said,
Because he talked about the map you're looking at Harvard University. I didn't understand exactly what is base for that or what you're looking for. So
Yeah.
maybe that will help the question.
Yeah, of course. So I think one thing is we need to agree that this is an estimate. And whatever we do, things will be changing. And we need to constantly update what's happening and what skills are needed based on what we're learning from the ground. And I think from a labor economics perspective, we need to use this data to reflect on what we want to learn. I think from my perspective at least, and again, I'm a humanist. I like to believe that we are going to continue to be present regardless of anything that has to do with doomsday and AI. I see learning more as a T-shaped structure where you need to be broad when it comes to the human and durable capabilities like communication, social emotional learning. I think these things are going to continue. Again, I'm assuming here that we're going to continue to be present. So it's going to continue to be important for me to communicate with you right now. I'm assuming that an AI agent won't be able to do that right now. And even if it's able to do it, it's going to be done in a way that it's called the uncanny valley, where like it doesn't feel that real and like you just don't want to do it. If it does that, then I think it's a different story. But think about it from a T-shaped perspective. You want to make sure that you're broad when it comes to human capabilities, communication, critical thinking, social emotional learning. And you want to be deep in some sort of a technical expertise, knowing that those technical expertise are going to change.
So maybe in the interest of time, as 5 minutes are left, one last question as we think about it. Obviously, we have in the audience people representing different sectors as well as different roles, from education to workforce to policymakers to CEOs, everybody. Is there one advice we want to give them, not that they're asking for it, but we'll offer it nonetheless, in terms of how do you prepare yourself for the future? Is there a future readiness index we should create that the world can agree upon? How do we go about that, trying to organize ourselves a bit more better in this, whether you're thinking from an organization perspective, country perspective, society perspective?
So to me, it's very important to focus especially on those groups who are underrepresented in training so far. So we have a lot of groups that are disadvantaged, who do not have the possibilities to take part in training. And I think governments as well as companies, everyone should try to have a special focus on these groups to raise the awareness of further training. Of course, there are different instruments like funding opportunities, also time plays a role, but I think also information plays a role, and especially in countries such as Germany, for example, but also other countries where we have skill shortages in many sectors, and these skill shortages will increase in future time. I think we have to exploit the potential of everyone. So we do have to focus also on the other groups of the lower skilled and try to exploit their potential.
Okay.
In my view, when you are studying or when you are hiring people for jobs, don't give any importance to academic degrees or credentials. you are either learning capabilities or you are screening people for their capabilities. In my view, you should completely ignore the degree and the credentials that they have, because I don't think it is going to be relevant. You need to check for capabilities.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, to follow on that, I would say, obviously, we're not in a place to give advice, but we're not building for future jobs. We're building for future capabilities and expertise for a future we don't exactly know. I would like to add that you mentioned a very important point on not forgetting marginalized groups as we think about human capital development. So today we have about 30 million children out of school in the MENA region. 30 million is a very big country to have children out of school. So it's a country by itself. So as we think of human capital development, it really needs to be across the board, and how can we leverage technologies and AI to really make a difference for everybody. And the final thing is to remain optimistic. I saw in your ETS report that the Saudis were very optimistic about the future of education and access and training. We are optimistic because we see outcomes, and to remain optimistic about the future.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think you've all mentioned policymakers, educators, and businesses. I also want to focus on learners, so raise your hand if you're using AI to learn or at work. That's great. So I think we do have agency in our learning, and I think right now, honestly, it's a responsibility for everyone to at least learn how AI operates, because you don't want to be left behind. So I think it's also really important to think about learners' agency in the process.
Got it, got it. No, thank you. And since Dr. Munira, you mentioned, I'll do a small plug for the Human Progress Report. So ETS launched last year the first edition of the Human Progress Report, and this year is the second edition, where we have surveyed roughly 1,000 odd individuals or residents across 18 countries. So 18,000 people have been surveyed across different countries to come up with this index that we call the Human Progress Index, which is essentially a factor of three things. It talks about the ease of accessing educational opportunities. The second one is opportunities for reskilling and upskilling. And the third one is the possibilities of career mobility. So even if you have access to all of this, how does this play into career mobility? And all of these three things taken together create what we call the Human Progress Index. And it's very coincidental. We are here in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia ranks the highest, or in speaking in other terms, the easiest, relatively speaking, where residents of the country feel that it's easiest to access all these opportunities, whether it's educational opportunities, opportunities for reskilling, upskilling, or career mobility that may be associated with it. So we will be unveiling the results of that, and we have taken a deep dive on the Saudi numbers in another hour on one of the stages. So would welcome all of you to join, and if you have an interest in learning more about that. With that, we are right on time, so I want to thank all my fellow panelists, and thank you all for joining as well and in participating in this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
For which company? I'm sorry.
Turns out that we have at least three speakers speaking
Three people
Russian.
speak
so
Russian.
Consider.
I think it's time to go, Elton.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
I am
very-
I'm aware of that panel here, yeah.
All right.
Keep English, no worries.
Okay, we're ready, right? We're starting. Fantastic. 3, 2, 1, go. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to start our session. Today we're going to be discussing the 50, not 30, not 40, not 60, but 50-year outlook for today's decision makers in skilling, in education, in workforce. My name is Anton Stepanenko. I'm partner in BCG, responsible for our skilling business globally. And please allow me the pleasure and the honor to welcome all of you here. We are starting at the break, so we are starting slowly. There's more people coming, and we're about to start. Our session will be about a thing that some of you might not necessarily find the most intuitive. A year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, in sessions like this, in forums like this, we have been discussing on countless stages how the world is turbulent and how everything's changing and how it's absolutely impossible to forecast anything specific because there's always this black swan coming and changes everyone and everything. However, we seem, 3 years has passed and we seem to find ourselves in a reality where this has become even worse. Now the horizon for planning is, what, 90 days at best? 10 days? 15 days? Right? And however, the education and skilling and workforce, they tend to be topics that obviously you cannot change. You cannot really deviate in 15 minutes. You want to be adaptive. You probably should be adaptive. You must be adaptive, actually. But you need to have this long outlook and the strategic understanding of the tectonic shifts to make sure that you can adapt your national level education and skilling systems. And this session will bring leaders from very different perspectives, from very different walks of life, from the very different geographies as well, to speak about, is there a way for us to somehow, despite everything changing every day, look a little bit more into the future and find some stability, find some objectives that are not moving in terms of which skills we need, which education systems we need, which industries we are going to have and how they're going to look like, so that we can navigate and make sure that whatever inertia exists in the education world, it can be tackled accordingly, even if next week everything changes again. I would like to introduce our esteemed panelists. We have a futurist lens today. Mr. Pavel Luksha is a founder and director of Global Education Futures. He is dealing in the future professionally, day in and day out. He wakes up and deals with future, and goes to sleep and deals with future as well. We have the economist view on things, Dr. Paul Grunwald, chief economist of S&P Global Ratings and one of the most renowned executive dealing in economic research and economic forecast. And we've been discussing how do we think the industry will change, what skills we think we might be needing for this to support that. We have a labor market view, which will be Mr. Mayank Patel. He's Senior Vice President and Head of ADECA EMEA, and country head for the Middle East in ADECA as well. We will be discussing with him what the industry thinks about skills, what the industry thinks about what the education should be doing.
And then we also have the education point of view, represented by two absolutely wonderful panelists and experts. We have the higher education point of view that will be presented today by Professor Leonard Washington. He's a professor of political economy in the Princeton University, and also he's a founder of the African School of Economics. And last but not least at all, we have Dr. Stephen Sommer, who absolutely forbid me to announce his middle name, who is the Director General of MIS schools in Saudi Arabia, the absolute flagship schools in the country and in the region in general, and we'll be discussing the lessons that we can learn from this experience and what we can use and what we probably cannot use in the national systems of education in the region, but also worldwide. Before we start our work and start discussing, I would like to spend 5 to 7 minutes only to introduce a research that BCG has done last year together with the Global Education Futures on exactly precisely this topic on is there a way to offer a framework to change forecasting to foresighting, to make sure that you have a view on the 50 years ahead that is not nonsense and not science fiction, but is actually helpful to guide national policies and skilling and education and other things as well. To build this point of view, we have interviewed and worked really closely with more than 150 future professionals around the globe, people who are dealing with the future of education, with the future of the labor markets. We talked to them absolutely left and right. There was global interviews, there was surveys, there was workshops and focus groups and absolutely everything. We want to bring this consensus view that we collected in this room and see if maybe we can also make it part of our discussions today, or at least lay it as a foundation for the other discussions that we are going to be having. I would like to then hand over to Pavel, who is one of the co-authors of the research, to give us just a brief outlook of what it has been about, and then we will move with the presentation. I am also having to hand you over the magical clicker. Thank you.
Thank you, Anton. So, first of all, how can we think about this long-term horizon, and why should we think about it? We realize that we are living through one of the most significant disruptions in terms of our society right now, dealing with AI and how it's going to disrupt the workforce. So let's assume that is already a reality. That is going to happen in the next 5 to 10 years. We know that because of this change, a lot of existing jobs will disappear. Probably more than half of existing workforce will find themselves obsolete, even with technologies that are already in place. But AI continues to develop. Robotic workforce is coming into play. In 10 years from now, robots are going to be relatively cheap. They're going to replace many skilled labor forces, types of labor force. So that is a big issue. What humans are going to do? That has been our key challenge. That's why we thought about this 50 years outlook. Where can the global society, the global economy find some robustness, some groundness? What humans are strategically going to do? So we looked at across the spectrum of trends, important shifts such as generational and cultural shifts, and realized that one of key drivers is the boundary conditions that keep the society in order. So one of the most important ones is environment. If we don't find a way for our economy to balance itself with the planetary process of planet Earth, and we have a growing economy that has a growing impact, a very negative impact on the planet Earth right now. If we don't change that model, this is going to be probably an end of human civilization in the next 50 to 100 years. So we have to transform that, and that's going to be a huge market opportunity and a lot of jobs that are going to be created. We have to look at other boundaries, such as societal. We need to realize there is a lot of different human needs that have to be fulfilled, and we need to acknowledge them all. We need to look into cultural and cognitive and what we can call spiritual boundary to realize that humans are not only material beings, they also require love, they also require meaning, they require support. That is going to be a huge economic opportunity to help people discover that and provide that. So looking into these boundaries, we started identifying essential areas where emerging sectors are going to exist in the next 10, 20, 30 years, and probably onwards. And one big area, of course, as I already mentioned, is everything that deals with transformation of our economy towards sustainability, what is known as regenerative economy, which strategically talks about trillions of dollars. The estimates is between 20 and 30 trillion dollar economic size, this transition that can happen over the next 20, 30 years. But then the other dimension is human care. We have a lot of need for support, and that's what machines can never do. That's the role of humans, to care and support each other, to provide love to kids, to elderly generation, to each other. So care-based economy is another big area that is going to emerge. Of course, a lot of this can happen through local interaction. So local knowledge creation, sharing, bringing in cultural traditions and so on, will be an important sector of economy. Security in all its dimensions. Because the world is getting increasingly unstable, we need to find new models for security, which has to be much more holistic than it is now. It's not only focused on physical security, not only on geopolitical dimension, but on conditions for human security, which involves food, water, shelter, health, education, and everything else. So these are various dimensions that we need to think about, and we look at the transformation. Doesn't mean that these new sectors are going to come into play and completely replace the existing one. There will probably be a gradual shift, and economies are going to become much more, let's say, diversified. There will remain some works in existing sectors where AI will be working hand in hand with humans, or robots will be working hand in hand with humans, and human labor, which will be much more intensified. But a lot of people will find themselves in these new types of occupations that are much more focused on care for each other, for planet, on self-actualization, so dimensions which we can call more humane. And I'm sorry. As you can see, there's the estimate that Anton mentioned, that we interviewed more than 150 experts on the future of jobs in terms of potential of careers and job creation. And care-based economy of different type has been named as sector number 1. And it actually involves also healthcare, which has to evolve from only treating diseases to actually creating conditions for human well-being across all dimensions. And the last thing I want to share, because I think the panel will have a lot of opinions about this, is that in order to move to this, you are dealing with next generation, how to prepare kids for this long-term perspective. We need to completely change our outlook on what kind of skill set and mindset is required to work with this. And we identified 7 critical dimensions of this skill set and mindset, starting with what we call existential skills. These are skills that are most important for human beings to survive and flourish in different contexts of their lives, such as openness, ability to learn, decisiveness, optimistic thinking, and so on. Then what we call bionic skill set is our ability to work hand in hand with sophisticated technology that has to continue to evolve. We need to develop it. It's also a kind of mindset. Human-to-human skills, which I mentioned, and human-to-community is all about creating care, creating conditions to relate with others. It's absolutely essential for the future. Creative skills and environmental skills, because economies are going to be increasingly based on those conditions. And last but not least, the skills for proactive behavior, where leadership and entrepreneurship have to be the feature, let's say, or the capability of every being, not just few selected leaders, because the economy will require that proactiveness to be present in every being. So that's our outlook. We called it moderately optimistic based on, again, it's not our personal opinion. It was our survey across the board from people who think about this strategically in the long term. And the message is positive. There is a lot of opportunity for humans to learn, to flourish, There will be many careers. AI is not killing them. AI creates conditions for us to become more human, so to say. So that's the optimistic message that comes from this research. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pavel. That is a fantastic outset for the discussion to come. And I would like to start with you, Paul, to provide us with, asking you to provide us with the economist's view on, do you think it's not very often, I would say, that people will deal with 50-year long-term analysis, right? It's on the brink of being impractical, obviously, right?
Yeah.
But I do suspect that you might have a point of view on which sectors, which economic sectors you think are going down a little bit in terms of number of people who will be working there, which might be the new ones that we see on the horizon that will have more people working in them. You don't need to necessarily agree or disagree with these being prosumers or holistic health or regenerative agriculture, can be anything else.
Right.
Just interested in your view what these sectors can be. And do you think there's at all any correlation between what's happening now, let's say with the US, economic changes and everything, and these sectors emerging or falling down? If that's okay as a question.
In 5 minutes.
Yes, sir, please.
Okay. First of all, first it's great to be here. Maybe in the interest of transparency, I should say that none of us saw this material before the panel, so this is like an instant reaction. So let me give you an economist lens on what this might look like. 50 years is a very long time for us. You know, usually we do 3 years, but I like the presentation a lot. I want to pick up on two things because there were a lot of good things. Two things that I think are going to be important kind of growth sectors and also ways that my profession might need to evolve in the way we think about them. One is the environment and the other one is the care economy. So let me take the second one first. We know about societies aging. I'm actually on a World Economic Forum group on longevity. So as societies age, people are going to need more care. We're going to have to redistribute the way we, organize our activity, et cetera. And the care economy is going to be a huge issue. So we know that as people age, they need more health care. Also, we talked about lifetime learning this morning in the big arena. But I think that whole complex around aging is going to be a sector where we're going to see more growth, just as the population is going to start to skew toward a more aged structure. The economy is going to also, kind of evolve toward a more aged structure. The other one, which I've done some work on personally, is environmental sustainability. And I think, at least for my profession of economists, we're still relatively early in the stage of thinking about the economy as embedded in nature. So usually you ask long-term question, how do economies grow and what are they going to look like for the next generation or the generation after that? You know, our kids, our grandkids. Well, usually the way economists think about that, it's kind of like an accumulation problem, right? You accumulate your capital stock. This is plant and equipment and roads and bridges, and we build all this stuff, and the economy gets bigger and we all prosper. But those models or those frameworks never really took into account the environment. So, you know, you can look at the greenhouse gas emissions, you can look at the loss of biodiversity, and those things need to be in our frameworks if we take a longer-term framework. So I think another area that's grown a lot recently but still needs to mature over the next couple of generations is kind of this area of growth and sustainability and how we measure it. So we all know that every quarter, or maybe you know, every quarter we get a GDP report for the government. You know, how's the economy doing, how's employment doing, et cetera. Maybe in the future, not 50 years, but we'll also get a green GDP report at the same time, right? What's happening to the environment? What's happening to our air quality? What are the sustainability measures? So you can combine some of the stuff you saw here into kind of a more holistic view, not just the physical capital stock, but what I would call nature or the natural capital stock. So I would say, again, my answer to your question, Anton, is two sectors that are going to grow are everything around aging and the care economy, and a lot more attention to around, you know, jobs and metrics and everything else around sustainability.
Thank you very much. I think that's very interesting, and I think these are definitely things you cannot miss with, right? Yeah. The regenerative, the green, and the people, right? I do sincerely hope we don't miss on those two.
Yeah, my generation doesn't have the skills to deal with that. We weren't trained for that, but hopefully the next one or two will.
Thank you very much. I love how you just mentioned skills. What I'd like to do next is ask Mr. Patel. From the labor market perspective, right? You are dealing with skills. You are a skills dealer, if you allow me, sir. Do you think what would be the whatever you agree or disagree with particular sectors that are popping up or falling down a little bit? It's clear that the skills outlook will change a little bit. Can you talk with us a little bit what the skills outlook can be? What is the skills mismatch you're seeing now on the labor market, and how do you think it might be changing going ahead?
Thanks, Anton. So I think, first of all, it's a pleasure to be here on this panel. So I'll answer your question in two parts. I think today also we are seeing, being into this industry of labor market, that there is already a skill mismatch. Okay, there are skills which are required with less talent, and there are abundance of talent who doesn't have the right skill. Okay, and now on top of it, with the digital transformation and AI coming in, I think everybody needs to upskill. So I believe that, you know, the future, it's not about one skill I can tell you and then they are going to have an employment. I think the future of skill is to be very agile, to adapt to the new skill. Okay, so I think tech skill is going to be a baseline for everybody, but you need to keep on updating your technology skill, because the technology landscape itself will keep on changing. Okay, so it's not that we will say AI, maybe 5 years down the line there will be something completely new than AI. So people need to have that adaptability skill. And I think the second bigger issue which I would say is that today, if you see in the world, one is the aging population, correct? We are seeing countries where there is aging population, there is declining population, and economical growth is suffering because there is not enough talent to cater to that. Okay. Now, with the geopolitical situation, or I would say in terms of, you know, the global diversity, okay, or globalization, I believe the future talent needs to also focus a lot on vocational training, a lot on being a global mindset. Okay, so, you know, I think language barrier. I think today there is a lot of talent which can take jobs, but there is a language barrier. So the world has to become one in terms of the entire skill, which is either a technical skill or a soft skill. Then we will be able to bridge this unemployment or a skill gap. And lastly, I think related to the care part of it, I think we are talking about care when we see is for aging people. But I also see another challenge, in which the report was also trying to share, is that the more we are becoming tech-driven, the less we are becoming human-centric. Okay? So I think 10 years before, if it was somebody's important event or a day, people will make a call. Okay? I think WhatsApp has taken away that aspect. Okay? You can send a message to somebody and assume that the person is reading and is happy. Correct? So the more technology is coming, the lesser is the human interaction, okay, and the human-centric approach. But how I see this is that 10 years or 15 years, I mean, I'm not a futurist to give you the years, but I believe that there will be a lot of emphasis on human-to-human touch. People would like to talk to people because everything would be machine. And the second would be that, you know, how we are focusing on emotional intelligence of people, mental well-being of people. Now, these are the industries may not be big today, but will come up as a big future industry. So I think the future of industry is definitely everything will revolve around technology. But apart from the pyramid of technology, there is going to be a very strong pyramid of human-centric approach as well as being emotional. I think emotional quotient has to be there. And I believe that no technology can create that. Okay? I mean, if I'm not feeling good, I would not like to talk to a robot. I would like to talk to a human. Okay? So that's where the opportunity lies. So there is a transformation which is required from all angles, and I would say that this is how we will be able to bridge what is going to come in future for us.
Thank you very much. But then please allow me to ask as well, if that is the goal, if this human and human is the centerpiece in a way, what do you think the education system needs to do differently to make sure that you see it in the actual workforce that is coming into the market?
So I think it's a great question, and see, education system of today also, I think there are reforms happening, but it's a very old one, correct? There is a set curriculum. You go to a university, you go to a school. I believe that this has to transform. I think in future, the labor market has to not wait till the kid is finishing his university. It will start at a very early school level, okay? That what is the work required of future? They need to start learning it from a very early age. And I think there are three pillars which has to work together, which is the government, which has to reform the policies and education system itself. And many a times people know what to do, but it's the reform which is stopping that. So the reform has to happen at a very fast pace. Second is the private sector or the companies, which needs to invest on a very young talent, on maybe it is apprenticeship, the future would be completely different in terms of aligning to the future work at a very early stage and creating very specialized module and not to learn everything. So somebody can be good at something, should not learn something which is not interested in. And third, I would believe, is the education system itself. I think it's unlearning what they have learned over 50 years and start again from the scratch. That the current curriculum has to be completely demolished and create a very industry-specific, very job-specific curriculum. And it's not a easy job because as parents, we are not open to that. I think I would not like my kid to not study everything, rather than focusing on what he likes and focus on that. So I think it's a tri-party which has to work together to bring that together.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mayank. On that, I would love to hear from the education, of course. And my first question will be to you, Professor Leonard. We had a discussion with you previously, and I loved how in this discussion you were talking about timeless skills, about how to prepare youth to this changing world, and that was correlating a lot with what Mayank was now saying about human and human, about being proactive and entrepreneurial and all of that. Can you please talk to us about this a little bit? And I have even more important question after this. If we all, I hope we all agree on this somehow, what should be the institutions, the educational institutions that would be able to carry out this mandate and to really make this happen for us?
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So what I'm going to be talking about, based on my personal experience, I had some of the craziest educational experience. You know, I grew up in a small town in Benin, and you know, I was out of school for 7 years because I was kicked out for political reasons. And then I managed to get my PhD in the US without an undergraduate degree, you know. And I'm going to talk about the fact that I set up an university for the past 20 years, and I've seen students, hundreds of students. And also I'm going to talk about my own research as well. So I'm going to focus on three things. So first, STEM education. It's not STEM as having grades, good grades in math. It's not being afraid of math, being able to be willing, open to learn. You know, because math, particularly data science today, gets you to be very flexible. The second is multidisciplinarity. You know, like creativity comes from being able to know something about almost everything. You know, like for instance, you might be focused on a specific topic, but be able to learn from other fields, I think is very important. Like currently, you know, in my research, I use hardcore data science to study history, social history. I'm also doing something called institutional editing, which parallel genetic editing. So I use biology and genetics to be able to think about institutions. And that connection alone makes you creative and more effective as well. Now, I think a second point that I think is important is to develop initiatives, to develop agency. You know, like for students and kids to feel like their education is not something that they are given, it's something that they give themselves to some degree. You know, so being driven, being determined, and have a sense of agency, it's very important. You know, I'm going to tell you one minute, you know, because it's a very important story. When I was in high school, we lost our math teacher for 6 months. I'm going to tell you why, but we lost our math teacher for 6 months. We were doomed because the national exam was coming up. As a kid, we decided to meet and then pick one of our classmates to be the teacher for the next 6 months.
Okay.
And we organize ourselves so that we study together, we do work together. In the end, I mean, by the way, I was the math teacher that they picked. That's a separate story. But then we became the top high school in the country because we took our future in our own hands. And I think this is important. And it's an important skill for the workforce. When you see that you have an employee who has a sense of agency, who likes what he's doing, who can take initiatives, there is no, and then, an important point is also, a degree of autonomy, a degree of connectivity with others, which is also very important. And because at the end of the day, the environments that we are going to create will be very important. And this environment has to be one in which there is a high degree of social cohesion. You know, in a place where people don't get along, people are at each other, people don't talk to each other, they might all be highly skilled. They are not going to be able to accomplish much. You know, so it's important that the education that we put in place facilitates some degree of social cohesion, social connectivity. And I think that's one point that you raised that I think is very important. Yeah.
Thank you very much, and it's a great story. It's a testament to agency, it's a testament to peer-to-peer, what is called in the fancy language. It's no, it's absolutely fantastic, and of course I fully agree with the social cohesion as the center of the new system. Thank you. We would like to hear from Dr. Sommer on the school perspective of things, as clearly the flagship institution, not only in Saudi Arabia, but also in the region, I would also say globally. And how do you prepare youth for change? And being a privileged institution, still, what do you think the others, all of the others, can take as an example from you and really drive home and really try to experiment in their respective geographies and national educational systems, Dr. Sommer?
Thank you, Anton, and welcome to you all, and thank you for being here. Well, yes, as Miss Schools being the country's elite school, we are privileged, no doubt. We have a fantastic campus, we've got able students who are ambitious and who carry the spirit of the Vision 2030. But we are not a selfish school, so we don't pat ourselves on the back and say, look how great we are, we have all these facilities, we can do all these things. We are truly there as a beacon school to make sure that others, also government schools, to learn from us and to see what we do, what we've tried, and how we've had the success. And we have been very successful. Our first graduating cohort have been placed at the world's most elitist universities. We've established our own diploma. We've been accredited by all the top school organizations around the world, and that's great. But that is only great if we have a real impact, an impact on what's happening in the kingdom. And I agree with, although we did not see these slides here early on that my dear Russian friend here showed, but I agree with it. And the one thing that we can take from what we've said so far is the unpredictability of what's coming along. It's all positive, and that's great, but it's still unpredictable. And that is what we have tried at Miss Schools to instill in our students, which is why they are so different from other students here in Saudi. We do have our diploma, and we do insist on skills, training them in skills in leadership, but also internship, also in national identity, in skills that go far beyond what regular teaching in a classroom can actually do. Because we realize, and we've heard this just now, what really counts nowadays for when it comes to student success in the future at university, it's curiosity, intellectual curiosity, it is creativity, and that is creativity of mind and thought, but also agility, that there's intellectual agility and that students are not flustered by getting something wrong. No, we encourage them to get something wrong because that is the divergent thinking. It encourages the divergent thinking that students need to have. I've made a mistake, let me start again, let's try a different angle. Rather than what we used to do, and that is we've told them how to learn in the 20th century, throughout the 20th century before, we've told them exactly what to learn, how to learn it, how they're being assessed, and what kind of grade they get for it. But that actually destroys this natural gene which is in every single human being of finding out, discovering, being creative and making something new. And what we've learned in the past, we never really assessed on how to use that creatively on having an impact. And that at MIS schools has become the driving factor. In fact, everything the students do, they have to do for a purpose. And that is really something that where universities and schools need to work much more closely together. We have very good partnerships, for instance, with Stanford University, with Cambridge University, to make sure that we do the right things in preparing our children for those universities. Because that's, at the moment, a bit of a mismatch. Because especially here in Saudi, but also in other countries, also in Europe, actually, we're still teaching students as if we're still in the Industrial Revolution. We're still teaching them stuff that I used to learn in school 40 years ago. And sometimes I wonder, well, why do we actually do that? And in a most recent conference, I heard a top mathematician saying, and I do completely agree with it, that in schools, we should not teach anything that the children can look up on their phones within 3 seconds. Because if you think about it, why do we? Why do we teach them that if that's available? But of course, a balance needs to be struck. We do need to teach knowledge, but the students need to know, children need to know what I learned today might be wrong or half wrong the day after tomorrow. And that's a different learning from how I learned, because I learned in a way that we shouldn't ever make a mistake. We were looking for perfection. And that actually is the, if there's such a word, the wrongest thing to do, because that destroys that divergent thinking that children need to have in order to be ready for university. So we advocate for a closer relationship between schools and universities, whereby there are real partnerships, and not only for me to get my kids into top universities, no, a real partnership where students are involved in live research. And we've proven with Stanford that this can actually be really lucrative, because students have one big advantage. They have what I call intellectual innocence. Their minds are not run in by knowing about scientific methodology, research methodology. They do it in any which way, and through that, they come up with wacky ideas that us who do know about methodology actually sometimes find inspiring and think, well, actually, that's off the trolley, but it is actually theoretically possible to think like that. It's also our whole internship program, which is compulsory within our diploma at MIS schools, rests on the one principle that I persuaded the companies, because they were initially quite difficult about having school-age children in school. I said to them, look, here in Saudi, a large proportion, in fact, the majority of the population is very young. If I were you running a company, I'd be very interested in what these young kids think, because they will be your future clients and either buy your stuff or not. So and they've bought into that concept, because our students, when they do internships, they have to liaise with the company, do a project in the company, which is of relevance to the company as well as to the school, and they do a viva and a thesis and all that. So it's a real project, a real life project. What I'm saying is the combination of what's going. We shouldn't be looking at secondary education, tertiary education. We should be looking at doing a lot more things together so that children are quite naturally more future ready. Now, in order for children to be future ready, of course, the teachers need to be as well. Now, as you know, we can't just do this and tomorrow we'll have a young set of teachers and everybody is in tune with the thinking of the third decade of the 21st century. That doesn't quite work. On the other hand, as long as teachers, and we do that in our own Teaching and Learning Academy, as long as teachers understand, in this day and age, teaching is not
Yeah. I think you. All right.
Hello. Teaching is not a one-way road. So it's not like I'm the teacher, I know everything, and you're the student, you know nothing. No, it needs to be giving and taking. And the teacher's mindsets also need to be that of the 21st century. There is so much we can learn from the children. So it needs to be give and take. That encourages the student, again, to think laterally, to think divergently, and to come up with ideas, even if they have to be corrected. Because there's really a lot to be said to giving children agency from a very early age, to give them opportunities to lead, to develop the skills to lead, but also to develop the attitudes, attributes, and the behaviors to lead, which actually is not something you can learn as an adult. It has to be assumed and practiced over a long period of time in order to be able to do it later on at university. So what I'm saying, and beyond, what I'm saying is a readiness for the job market means readiness for schools. Now, a lot of the things that I've just said, we are doing at Miss Schools, but we are very much engaged in making sure that is transferred also to and shared with others. We're very much involved with the Ministry of Education when it comes to skilling up the teachers. The recently founded Institute for the Professional Development of Teachers here in Saudi, that's completely new, is very much developed in collaboration with Miss Schools, sort of taking a leaf out of our book for the academy that we have, so very much engaged in that. We are partnering with government schools so that they can actually copy certain things. Yes, we are living in a very expensive school. Yes, we have the most amazing facilities, but let's not forget one thing. We are a royal foundation, and so is Eton. Eton is a royal foundation of the 13th century, so the people must have been absolutely mesmerized at the time when all of a sudden these buildings turned up, and that's the same here. So Miss Schools is a school where nothing that in education of the 21st century could ever have been thought of possible to do and that we can't do. We can do all of that. And that's logical because we are a beacon school, but we are also there to share all of that, especially in this country, to help upskill the youth of Saudi.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sommer. I'm going to go ahead and steal a word from you, and the word is going to be mesmerized. I am absolutely mesmerized how all of us, coming from different walks of life, dealing in different industries, seem to have something in common. Paul talking to us about the care-based economy earlier. Mr. Mayank discussing the human and human skills. Professor Leonard highlighting the need for social cohesion. And now also Dr. Sommer finalizing with creativity and agency and proactivity and all of that. And it strikes me that all of these skills are unlikely to be learned at the classroom with a blackboard. And it takes a community, it takes an ecosystem, it takes a family, of course, as well, to make sure that we can nurture the skills in ourselves. And I would like to ask Pavel, probably given the time, the last question of the session, what do you think, what would take us there? What would take us there? How do we start doing this?
Well, first of all, I share your emotion about being mesmerized by the perspectives shared, and I see it's not really a consensus, but really pointing out to different facets of what our report was also pointing out. There is a big transformation going on. I think the elephant, not in this room, but generally in education, the elephant in our bigger room, is that we are facing a huge transformation, and it's inevitable. And most, as you pointed out, most of educators don't know what to do with that. So there are very few models at the moment that actually show us how to deal with this transformation, but you're pointing out to some important drivers, including care dimension, human to human, agency, collective learning. So all of that are elements of these emerging systems that I think we are dealing with. And I think one of important things to say is that we cannot prepare skill force of the future with the methods of the past. We need to evolve our educational methods. We need to evolve our frameworks and our ways of thinking in order to be future ready, as you say. So that's, I think, is our consensus. We need to continue exploring. That's why it's a little bit of provocation. Of course, we don't know what the future is going to be in 50 years. We can assume some things, and some will be more robust than others, as Paul has pointed out, such as elderly people. There will be more elderly people. Environment has to be in play. But strategically, we don't know. So that unpredictability is both a threat and an opportunity. Let's collectively use it as an opportunity and explore how we need to transform education radically for the future. Thank you.
Fantastic. Professor Leonard, of course.
Yes, okay.
We're out of time, but you definitely can.
Yeah, I have 1 minute. So key words for me is deliberation. Like school, workplace, government, there need to be more opportunities for people to sit, to engage, to share information, to collectively decide, and to develop collective agency. This is, I have done research in Nigeria, in Benin, where I find that even dysfunctional institutions, where a lot of corruption, a lot of, lack of resources, but when you insert in the way the institution works, the way decisions are made, if you insert an instance where the key stakeholders in a structured manner sit down and discuss, make decisions, things drastically improve. I think the way we get there, in my opinion, is to sort of promote deliberative procedures in the way governments, the way schools, the way even firms work, so that people take responsibility, people have a collective agency, people trust each other better, and then we can even move to a situation where you have better social cohesion.
Thank you very much. Dear organizers, do we have 1 more minute for a question? Is it possible? We have 1 minute. I would like to turn to our beautiful audience in case you have any questions to us. We have been gracefully given 1 minute, and we're happy to answer a question if you like. Oh, there you go. There's a question. Thank you. Please, if you don't mind, introduce yourself quickly.
Yes.
Ask who the question is pointed towards so we can know who is going to answer. And then go ahead and ask it.
Hello, how are you?
Hello.
I am Salma Saidi. أهلا بكم. Welcome. A multi-passionate person. I hold a bachelor degree in Islamic law and have over 15 years of experience in computer maintenance, along with certificate like A+, CCNA, MCSA, C#, and Flutter currently. I am studying for a bachelor degree in computer science with a focus on AI. On the other hand, I am a pianist and a composer of classical music. I have composed several original pieces, founded a music composition club, and conducted services study and impact of my music on people's emotions, with very positive results. The American Council listened to one of my compositions and was impressed, even experienced a desire. The French ambassador in Saudi Arabia also based the French song. I also ride horses, practice archery, cycle, and engage in self-development training. I have an interest in cars and their issues. I have even replaced a car fan by myself. The challenge I focus now is that I have 40 years of age, and I have come a long way in both technology and music. I deeply love both, but I can't split myself in two. What complicated this decision further is that music therapy, which strongly believe in, is not available in our universities. even more challenging is that throughout my life, I have faced the issues of being overqualified. And I often find it difficult to find a place that can truly benefit from my diverse skills and abilities. Furthermore, I have always wished to be allowed to study more than one specialty early on, and for there to be a flexible education system where I can choose the subjects I truly love. I always say, why should I eat an apple for the rest of my life when God has given me a basket of fruits? So I am in complicated life now. I can choose, should I take a risk and follow my heart towards music or complete my computer technical way? Thank you.
That was an unexpected question.
Yeah.
Thank you so very much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much. Dear panelists, who would love to answer Ustad Safa?
So I
Anyone
mean,
to pick it up?
I think all I can say, I mean, I'm really inspired and impressed by your background. I think I have similar background, but I think the way it works sometimes is to grab one and use the other one to strengthen what you have. Like for instance, you know, I'm an economist. I love history. I managed to bring history to economics. You know, history for me is like a hobby. I love it. Currently, I love math, data science. I also love sports. Guess what? I just set up a company on data analytics, you know, so where I bring my passion for sports to data science. So I think grab one, and then don't be confined to Saudi Arabia. I mean, there are around the world a lot of opportunities. So I'm sure if you look globally, widely, people will really, really find a way to work with you. That's all I can say.
And it's more like a blessing, not...
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, if I can just add there, I think you should always follow your heart and your passion. And there's a reason why top universities are after, when students apply to universities, they're after one thing: what's your passion? They don't want to know what they've learned in school because they assume they've done well in school. But what they do want to know is what's your passion and what has really fired you. And also there's one other piece of advice. I can assure you, what you are passionate about, you will succeed in.
Yeah.
And you will make a difference. In addition to that, we are now well underway with Vision 2030. Things change in Saudi every day.
Absolutely.
Tomorrow always looks very different here from what yesterday looked like. So I think you've got every opportunity. You would be one of the very few who engages in music at the very high level. And don't forget, this is, it's literally, you're breaking new ground. And in this situation where Saudi is now moving, a nation that is really moving at a pace, it's really quite something to be first in something already well established that is that is just settling into in the kingdom as a discipline.
Yeah, 10 seconds from me. I worked at a bank earlier in my career. You think all these bankers have MBAs and they've all went to business school? The head of the marketing department was a history major and the head trader was a philosophy major. They didn't want MBA. So there's a market out there for people who are creative, people who are well-balanced. So I would just say go for it. Don't think it's a limitation.
Yeah, absolutely.
And just, apart from the passion, I think I would just add one word is that sometimes in life we need to make a choice, correct?
Yeah.
And once you make a choice with your passion, things will fall in place.
Yeah. Exactly.
And sometimes you don't. Your choice is not to make a choice, but to find a new opportunity.
Yes.
Which combines the options.
Exactly.
Thank you very much. We overrun, but I hope we did not overstay your welcome.
They're still here.
And they're still here.
Right.
That was a brilliant discussion. Thank you so much.
Here we go. Good afternoon, everybody. It is good to see you. Thank you for being here, even though it's almost the end of the day. I know you're all very tired, but we are very much looking forward to this conversation. This is a conversation about Generation Z, AI, and education. And probably it's going to become a little bit more personal for some of us because Generation Z, or the younger generation, that's our kids. And so that touches us a little bit more personally. So I'm really excited for this conversation. My name is Patricia Riera. I am with IE Business School. I work there as an academic director and a professor. And with me today are three incredible panelists: Svetlana Sabarval, lead economist from the World Bank; Andrew Kilshaw, founding partner of the Talent Optima; and Robert Maguire, founder and CEO of Altruistic AI. The first question I wanna put out to you is, I mean, the AI is the conversation right now, not just in the working place and education, but also around tables when we're having dinners with our friends. So from your perspective, from what you see, when you work with organizations, when you work with policies, when you work with education institutions, what's the state of Generation Z, education, and AI that we are in? Andrew, do you want to start?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the great welcome. It's been a fantastic conference so far. So if I look at, I'm going to look at this from three different angles. One, I'm a father of an 11-year-old and a 13-year-old girl, having moved back from the US to the UK. Secondly, I've run learning at Nike, Shell, Sanofi, and BlackRock. And thirdly, I've spent a lot of time with IMD, one of the great business schools. So I've seen education from three different angles. So if I think about the sort of the what, the where, the why, and the how of learning, having come back after 40 years of being, a 10-year-old, gives my age away, and seeing how my kids are learning at school, it's 90% the same way that I learn. The what feels the same, the curriculum feels the same. So I think there's massive opportunity to sort of go, listen, AI is not going to be a faster horse. And there's an expression in ice skating about you want to skate to where the puck is going to be, not where the puck is today. So I think both across high school, school education, to some extent in universities as well, and even in corporate education, we haven't quite realized the full power, speed, or need for how AI fundamentally transforms what we learn, how we learn it, where and when we learn it, and ultimately why we learn it. So for me, this represents a huge opportunity in actually rethinking. It's not a faster horse, it's now a race car in Saudi next week in the F1.
And if we don't do it right now, we're not going to be able to catch up with the changes that are happening.
Exactly, because this takes so long to build that we need to be thinking about what are we building for 5 years from now. Because 18 months ago, we had the advent of ChatGPT. We've now got Claude Gemini 2.5 came out last week. It's above PhD level. That's how fast the world's moving. And if we design a 3 or 4 year degree program, on day one, it's starting to become out of date. So you've got to really rethink how you look at learning from a design perspective.
Which is really interesting, because then you think that what we see in corporates, that we have to be very agile and be ready for whatever the future holds. It's the same in education. We need to have a model that's constantly changing to adapt into that. Svetlana, from your perspective in the World Bank, you work a lot with policy making in education. What do you see?
So as somebody who works with education ministries, I will say that the state of AI is fully bipolar. And I mean that in the medical sense. So you have, on the one hand, tremendous determination and ambition to scale AI solutions in education, and not just higher education, K-12 education. And then you also have this tremendous trepidation and anxiety about AI, right? And you have this ambition to scale in two specific ways, which I find very interesting, which is different from the scaling conversations we have elsewhere. One way it is interesting is that everyone wants to scale AI in very much the same way, irrespective of how rich you are. So you're having the same scaling conversation in the richest and in the poorest education systems, because they see They see the path, even if they are the poorest, right? And the second way in which it is interesting is that the scaling conversation behind closed doors is very much about AI tutors to help struggling students and AI teaching assistants to help burdened and exhausted teachers. But then you have this mainstream discourse, which is all about AI cheating, AI misinformation, AI bias. So it's all very negative news. And that's feeding this bipolar problem, right? And you can see where it's coming from. And then you also see it among users, right? So you again have a divide where if you talk to students from even middle-income countries, after secondary, like usage is 100%. 100% are using it. And then there's a recent survey in the US that says 45% are feeling very anxious about it. So they're using it, and they're very anxious about it, and they're anxious about their critical thinking. So it's not like only the newspapers are worrying, the students are worrying as well. So we have to do something about this bipolar problem.
So before we go to you, Robert, that anxiety, that fear in students, what is it about?
So we think that this fear is mostly among the responsible adults, right, who are so worried about cheating and critical thinking. I was just talking to somebody who was saying his 11-year-old daughter is just too much into ChatGPT, and is she even doing her own homework? But actually, kids themselves are worried about their own critical thinking skills. You see what I mean? Like, it's not like they are not worried about it, but it's too tempting for them to use. So I think the point is that the version of the conversation that's happening behind closed doors, that it can really help students, it can really help teachers, needs to come out in the main course discourse. And we also have, as a civil society, right, the private sector is not going to do it. The civil society has to come in and say, look, we're going to build some guardrails. We're thinking about this. We're going to solve it.
Yeah, thank you so much. Robert, what is it that you see that we don't see? Because you are sitting really deeply in it.
Yeah, it's super interesting when you think about the paradigm of what's going on in what I call Titanic-shaped industries, right? When you think about education, for example, healthcare, and really what I'm talking about is the human element, right?
Yeah.
Where the end users are human. And you could say that, wait a second, Rob, all end users of AI are human. That's not necessarily true when you look at enterprise, right? And what I'm talking about is basically the focus point, right? And the focus point for an enterprise, for example, when we talk about where is the puck going and where the puck is, enterprise want to be the puck, right? And that's what they want. So that for them is, how is this affecting my P&L? How is this affecting my balance sheet? And the humans in the loop are a secondary thought process, right? That's the majority. And it's a real conversation that's going on. It might be going on behind closed doors, but it's happening. The difference with higher ed is, again, the owners, and I'm a developer of a model, I build a language model very similar to ChatGPT, etc. Most of the time, the models and the value, the so-called perceived value on those models are being pushed down on the education sector.
Yes.
Within every framework, right? K to 12, all the way to higher ed, universities, all of these things. As in, here's this silver bullet solution, right? This will, everything from eradicate the need for teachers to this will answer your homework to, and all of these things. But of course, if you stop to think about what is that framework, right, in order to deploy and implement all of those tools, if that's been, to your point, if that's been decided by the private sector, it will never, ever, ever work from that perspective. That's coming from somebody in the private sector, developing tools and all of these things. But if we stop, I think if we stop and take a breath and realize that, I was mentioning this morning to somebody, education and the thesis of education is the oldest thing that any human being has ever done, right? We're whatever, 275,000 years in the state that we're in now, allegedly. So what we've been doing is imparting information from one person to the next, from one entity to the next. That's been going on for 275. That can't be completely redrafted within 2 to 3 years just because you have a tool that can answer a question for you. So for me, it's about establishing those right
frameworks. It's about establishing standardization, and it's about establishing the right assessment tools that incorporate critical and creative thinking. So then we're not just, the puck is not going towards automation in education, because if it is, we're in trouble.
Yeah.
I'll give you a very, very simple example. I'm a techie, contrary to what I'm saying now, and I was in Phoenix, Arizona a couple of weeks ago, and I took an autonomous vehicle as a taxi, so a robo-taxi. Super fun, FaceTime my daughter, you know, nobody's driving this car, really, really important. Really, really, you know, important for the future. This week I was in Abu Dhabi, and I booked an Uber, and then Uber popped up and said, we have an autonomous vehicle, do you want to take it? And so I said, oh, I didn't know it was now active in Abu Dhabi, so I took it. Arrived at the car, somebody's in the driver's seat, and I still had to unlock a robo-taxi as you would through my phone. I said, are you getting out now so I can... No, I'm going to stay here. And I said, what's your role? And he said, I'm here for your safety. So I said, you're just going to sit in the driver's seat with the steering wheel, with the pedals, and not do anything. Yep, that's what I'm going to do. Now, a lot of people would say, that's really interesting because it's maintaining this loop between human and machine and the guardrails of safety. But in a practical sense, what it's really saying for the human is, all I want you to do is watch the machine. And that's just struck me from the perspective of, if we're not critically thinking or creatively thinking, because driving is creative thinking, what is our role, right? And again, if we're just going to be a bunch of machine watchers, and if that's the life for my own daughter and stuff, that's not inspiring to me. And my big thing is, if we can actually listen to the people that have done it, right? The people that know about the problems, the people that say, I am afraid, but I want to try.
Yeah.
Right? And don't get me wrong, like, people who are fundamentally against the use of AI in any paradigm in the world are going to get left behind. That's just the fact of life.
Yeah.
But if we can incorporate this from a holistic perspective, I think we have a better chance.
So it's really interesting because I'm very often, you know, looking at what you just said, healthcare and education are the slowest industry to catch up. And I very often think, so is AI the answer to it? I don't think it is. But then to your other point, my main field of research and teaching is leadership and inclusive leadership, and I very often think of inclusion as this is a very important topic, and human uniqueness and strengths and passion is the center of it. And so I very often think about what's going to happen to us human and our uniqueness and our strengths when we are so focused on using technology rather than the human. And so that's the question I very often have that keeps me awake at night, if you want to call it that way. What are the questions that you have that it's constantly there and we still don't have an answer for?
So funnily enough, the fear I have with AI is very much that the fear of AI is going to stop us from getting AI to the people who need it the most, right? And it feels funny saying it here just after what you just said, but the truth is that, you know, I mostly work on education, so this is like a bit of a fraud I'm perpetrating by sitting on an AI panel. My husband's been making fun of me all week. He's a computer scientist and a very obnoxious one. But the thing is that, you know, so you think about an 11-year-old in Dhaka, in a poor school, right? His parents are not very educated. And his name is Nadeem, and he's going every day into class, and the teacher is teaching fractions, okay? And he's sitting there, and he's nodding, but he doesn't understand a thing, because he has only just mastered 2-digit addition with carryover, and he's behind. And so it's like she's talking Greek, right? And soon she's going to move on to decimals, and then it's going to be Old Greek, right? So, and he is feeling stupider and stupider every week. And he's starting to see it in his friends' faces, mirrored back in the teacher, the parents. The thing is, we cannot solve this problem. We've been trying to solve this problem of how in any classroom, 10 to 60% of the students are going to be behind. They're not going to be able to follow. And we can't solve this problem, especially in poor countries where access has exploded, right? And AI, for the first time, I feel like, actually can solve this problem at scale very cheaply.
Yeah.
Because you have now an AI tutor that can put a hand out to Nadeem and walk him from two-digit addition to carryover to fractions and farther, and help him not feel so stupid and help him not drop out. But there is so much fear, you guys, and this is exactly what, this is the script that teachers have. A lot of the resistance is coming from within, the call is coming from within the house, it's coming from teachers, because they are petrified that AI is going to replace them, right? Whereas, again, it can be a teaching assistant, and it can help them not have to, mark 50 papers a day and, do these lesson planning and all of that. So I think my fear is that exactly what you said, that the good actors are not going to come into the ring, and I call them bad actors, the bad private sector actors. The jokers are going to get it, and the Batman is never going to appear. You know what I mean? And then we will be left with the worst AI, and we will be left with all of this problem of misinformation and bias, and we'll just never get it to the people who really, really need it.
So it's not really a question about access to AI, but rather the fear of using AI.
Yes, I mean, access is also an issue, but I would say with smartphones, I think, in my kind of slightly rose-colored view of the world, it's less of a problem than it used to be. But yes, but there is so much resistance and fear that the kid would never be handed access to until it's too late, essentially.
Yeah. Andrew, what about you? What keeps you up at night?
A few things. So I'm a big believer in the power of and. There's not one easy solution to most things. Things are paradoxical. Neither choice is perfect. So as I think about the redesign of education, it's an and. You don't have to redesign all education, because I think there are certain humanistic skills that are going to be really valuable, combined with the power of AI over time. And I just feel that those are two separate tracks of how you manage that. Again, because of the speed at which some things are changing, whereas the speed of other things like developing critical thinking, strategic thinking, influence, humanistic things, that if you put those two things together, you get 1 + 1 = 3. So if we think about it's either or, I think that's a mistake. The second is, in about sort of 8 years, my kids are going to be going into the workforce. And if you have a sort of CFO mentality in the private sector, that you can get capacity or you can get capability from AI. If the focus is overly on capacity, it's around efficiency. It's around driving cost out. It's around replacement of humans with AI. Well, then I think that's the wrong question, because if you could, for example, to sort of come to my third point, which is, if in the digital world, if you can create distinction, so make the good things really better, but remove friction at the same time. This was Nike's digital strategy. So create distinction, remove friction. Just imagine what that looks like in a teacher. The friction you're removing is all of the admin. Like all of the paperwork, the assessments, which, we know there are things that generally AI can do better, faster, cheaper, quicker than we can. So if we can take away some of that work, so now you're freeing up capacity and capability to focus on the humanistic aspects of, motivating a child, helping them understand how to work with each other in the classroom. Can we extend it beyond the classroom into things like community projects? So let's find the best of human beings, create more capacity for them to focus on that, and apply AI where it removes friction, because no one wants to be doing paperwork, I don't think.
Yeah, and it's interesting that you're saying it, because, at the end of the day, AI has a lot of content. This is about content, it's about the information, but there's something about the wisdom that needs to be applied.
Yes.
And that wisdom will not, they will not learn wisdom just like that. They need to learn it from somebody.
And I also think, even after education, I'm thinking now, well, if entry jobs are being cut because we can replace entry-level workers with AI, then how do you go from coming out of university to being a 28-year-old or a 32-year-old with that level of experience? I'm positive about most things. So it might be that your average 22-year-old who was given lots of sort of grunt work to cut their teeth on corporate life before they moved into sort of junior management positions, they may be coming in as a 28-year-old in terms of the capability and experience, because it's a 22-year-old with skills they've developed in the real world, combining the best of both, and they now come in with a higher level of productivity and capability than their peers 20 years ago.
Robert, what about you?
What
The
keeps me up?
sleepless nights.
The sleepless nights. I think building on everything I mentioned in my previous thing, but when I think about the aspects of, to be succinct, I think for me, within the context of what we're talking about now, what we're really talking about is augmentation versus automation, right? Whereas I think that everybody's pushing for automation in this world. But you have to be able to look at that nuance to say certain industries, for example, like we've talked about education, as we're speaking about today, healthcare, now we're in the period of augmentation, right? And we've come out of a period of experimentation since models were launched. And now, especially within enterprise, everybody's saying, I want value for my AI, right? It's not cheap. It should be cheaper, right? It should be democratized, all of these things. And that's a conversation for a different panel. But if you look at those aspects of, again, I think, just to stick on the puck analogy, I think everybody's thinking about automation, right? Or the fact that the kind of trade-off is, well, we as enterprise will invest into education, right? Into the ed tech space with automation. You don't get a choice, right? And I think just within the context of what keeps me up at night, those are the things that I think about in the sense of, like, when we sit down, for example, with a university, the people that I want in the room are the educators. I don't really want the leadership team in there. You know, we had a wonderful session with a university on the east coast of the US recently, and we filled it with 60 faculty members. And we really went deep on what is the fear, what are the advantages, what are the disadvantages, how does it suit your style, right? Because again, going to those two industry paradigms, healthcare and education, there's one key component that combines them both. That's personalization.
Yeah.
Right? And that's the key thing that we're talking about. And if there was a word cloud here today, personalization would be one of the biggest words, right? So when you think about, and I want my daughter to learn in the best way possible. We all want that. We all want that for our children. We all want that for ourselves. But as I said, just when I look at the kind of the contrary aspect, the negative aspect of it is automation does not indicate personalization. And that's the piece that kind of baffles me, because I think, well, look, if we step back here, we think about framework, design, development, implementation as a journey path, you don't get to automation, right? You get to all of these things. And again, if you sit with any function whether you buy AI or you sell AI, everyone will arrive to the point to say, well, it's a change management problem. No, duh. Everything in life is a change management problem. Like, it's what comes next, right? And I think we've reached the point of what comes next with respect to education.
Yeah. So before,
But can I
ahead.
challenge you a bit here? Because you're
Do it.
saying the most wonderful things about framework and so on. But the truth is that there is tremendous private capital in the business of AI and education. In fact, just edtech alone is going to be 810 billion in the next few years, like as a market, right? And that market is profit-seeking. And at the the profit is in this efficiency, and there's very clear profits in the automation. And so that is so relentless, and that is so efficient, and that is so, in a way, like the free hand of the market and organized. So how can a framework or the good guys or even the conversation about augmentation, how is it going to get us anywhere? Even these closed doors you're having with 60 educators, do you really think that that's going to change anything? Unless like the public sector comes in a big, big way, how is it ever going to change?
Honestly, I don't know. I don't think it's going to change. The way, if you look at it like a 2x2, for example, right?
Right.
AI is disruptive innovation. Industry makes incremental innovation.
Right.
Education makes incremental progress.
Right.
Little by little by little.
Right.
Those two are clashing all of the time.
Right.
And that's the thing. And firstly, I'm not up here to say I'm one of the good guys. I'm trying to be. Right, that's the key thing. I'm self-funded, so I'm not taking any of that evil money. But what I am saying is, if there was a combination of public sector, private sector, and also regulation and legislation. No, legislation, not regulation, right? Because I live in Europe, I come from, we're completely over-regulated, right? But what I am saying is, and really what I'm saying is, if you inject a piece of common sense into this, for example, to look at, well, wait a second, this is too disruptive for what we're trying to do now, but what is that median, right? Because AI is good, right? AI can do wonderful things. So for little Rob that's trying to, I will continue to try to do my little things. I'll continue to coming to panels like this to say, this is what I believe, and by the way, I have a framework to do it. I'm not going to bore you all with that framework, but that I believe then, it's the power of people, right? AI, I always say, AI is only as good as the question you ask it. If you want it to tell BS, feed it BS. It's relatively simple. It's a binary process. Humans are not binary. And that's the way. So I hope that goes a tiny way to, but again, I'll challenge you back. The World Bank is in a great position to actually, and what I'm talking about is they're in a great position to contribute to legislation around all of these things. By the way, I'm launching a big program for 1 million AI developers, because I'm not here to sell or advertise, but we can talk about what's good.
No, we need the good private sector, the good guys, the Batmans.
But it's interesting because your challenge, I think it also very speaks into where we are as a workforce in the world right now. So if you look at the data from various research, academic research, or even corporate research, even engagement, Gallup engagement data from last year says that only 23% people globally are fully engaged in the workplace, which means 77% people are quiet quitters or completely disengaged. Yeah. So, and then there's another pandemic that's coming on us, which is loneliness. 1 out of 4, 1 out of 5, depending on which data organization you look at, says we're lonely. So there's an aspect of this human touch that we talk a little bit about, that community building more on us. The strengths, the passions, the talents, the ideas, the creativity, what we have as human beings that machines don't have, at least for now. And so, I sometimes wonder, what are the boundaries, I guess, or ethical aspects we need to take under consideration? We actually need to put it into place that we're not doing because we're afraid of, or because it's about money, it's about the profit. If we put them in place, it will be good for the society, it will be good for the Gen Zs, it will be good for the next generation coming in, but it's not good for us because we're not going to have that much money. What are your thoughts?
There's this really nice meme that I love. It's a Gen Z meme. Most memes are Gen Z memes, but this one, it says, I wanted technology to wash the dishes so I could write my novel, but the technology is writing my novel and I'm washing the dishes, right? And I think that's the problem we need to solve that's the challenge, right? Which is, how do we get people to, first of all, see the good that can come out of it and kind of get that above the noise, and then also talk to them about the guardrails in a way that doesn't bore everybody to tears. Because the minute you say words like governance or even, framework, a lot of people just tune out, right? So I think the challenge that we have to confront is that we, and the World Bank is playing a part in this, in solving this, is we have to get some of the good stories out there which measure the ways in which AI can augment life and well-being, right? So we have to measure that. We have to demonstrate that. So we just have this study out in Nigeria that's showing that by doing this after-school class for remediation for secondary students, they caught up to worth of 2 years of learning in 6 weeks. That's how much they caught up, because it was personalized, right? So and then you can kind of talk about their aspirations and their self-esteem and so that is the kind of thing we need to put out there. We need to research it, we need to put it out and we need to create a vision that these people can see and buy into. And then, and create a global sort of governance structure. But we are not talking enough about the augmentation and what does the augmentation look like in the life of a normal person. You know, not a super genius AI tech bro, but like, you know, a normal, very nice, smart person like me.
What is your point on this? The whole boundary, putting some, I don't want to call it again regulations now, but there's something around we need to know what's okay, what's not okay.
Yeah, I think this is where we need to sort of just be a bit smarter about what we're designing for. So again, if you're going to have the coexistence of the best of human beings and the best of AI together, don't try and teach both of those things in the same way. I go back to the example that if I started a 3-year degree, and if I'm still doing in year 3 what was designed in year 0 on that 3-year degree, then look at the speed of technology. So there are certain things where we need to create capacity to learn. We always talk about lifelong learning. We need to create the capacity that I think the efficiency and the automation can provide. So even if it's like, you know, are we moving to a 4-day week, or is it a 4-day week and I've now got a week that I can learn and keep up? And then how do we also make sure that there's equitable access to that? So the same way that healthcare in many countries is a public good, what does that mean for access to AI? I think you're always going to have some form of free market economy, but there needs to be a social safety net around. You have a foundational access to things. So it does. If you don't have that, you can come up with all the ideas in the world, but you don't have a ticket to entry.
Right.
And that's where I think partnership between the private sector and the public sector. And then the last thing I would say as well is, I don't think any of us have said so far, well, why don't you go and ask the 12-year-old?
Yeah.
And I actually think, you know, most of them will solve the problem for you. So as long as we've got, you know, 40-year-old, 50-year-olds making decisions on behalf of 12-year-olds, well, we know that that doesn't typically work out very well when the group is making decisions on behalf of another group that are the impacted. So how because I actually have a lot of belief that my 11-year-old and 13-year-old will hack the system and work it out. The kids are resilient. They work out point A to B because they do it they don't have the mental frameworks or constructs that confine them yet. So I think there's a high level of adaptability that we don't need to worry about so much.
Yeah, we do need to teach them the right skills. Before I go to the next question, we still have, I think, around 12 minutes left. Do you have any questions that you want to ask the panel? Yes, we have one question here. Can we have a mic, please? We have one question in front.
Thank you. I appreciate this great panel here. So my question, if you were in a decision-making situation right now or a position, how would you position yourself against all the AI use cases? You see it every day. So either you watch and monitor the impact happening globally, regardless of the domain, whether it's education or learning or any other domain, or to start adapting some AI use cases. And if you will start to adapt some AI use cases, how would you prioritize the use cases? What kind of criteria you would take into consideration in order to choose which use case you will take into consideration? Thank you.
I can have a go at that first one. So I come back again to the create distinction and the remove friction part. So if you can, for society or external investors or the population at large, if you can remove administration, bureaucracy, the barriers that are preventing you getting things done, how can we do that? Because that then creates up capacity, and that capacity can then be used to follow creation. About 2 years ago, everyone's hiring for AI engineers, machine learning ops, roles that are just generic. Now you see I want someone who has the context of how that's applied in supply chain, in finance, in healthcare. So now it's AI against a use case is really important. So if you can use AI as a way to increase your capability by 20%, are you going to put that capability against the thing that you're already doing really well? So now you're doing it really, really well. Or are you going to do it against something that you're not doing very well and it just creates an incremental gain because it's not a core competence in the first place? So if I was thinking in the next couple of years, where are you going to get the most return on AI? It would be in those two areas. Remove friction. So let's get rid of all of the things that is just busy activity that doesn't give us any value creation whatsoever. Then free that up so now you can make good really, really good by getting a 20%, 30% uplift in terms of capability against a certain industry, certain population. Find your best things that you're good at and make them even more world-class. be the quickest route to being great, I think.
Anybody else? Yes, we have another question. Wonderful.
Hi, I'm Anderson. I was a speaker in a previous dialogue. This thing that you mentioned about the driver behind the robo-taxi, okay, and how he's going to find value in his work, all right? This thing was also highlighted in our previous session. 2 students, university students, actually mentioned that they feel rather disengaged from their studies now they are in universities because they realize that no matter the amount of research work that they do, can't really compare with whatever that is being churned out in minutes by AI systems, all right? So they are very concerned about the future value that they can get from whatever work that they are going to do, okay? And something interesting which I think we must look into is what I call consequence management. Because one of the reasons why authorities still require a human to be behind the robo-taxi, actually I don't think it's about making decisions, but to be there to accept the consequences of an accident where the AI system failed. It's the same why all over the world, governments still require a human to trigger a weapon system rather than to have the AI decide when to trigger. It's about consequence, right? And I think the one thing that currently AI systems do not have is the being that the human being puts in, and that is the consequence. Because every decisions, every actions we make, only the human being at this point in time will have to live with the consequence. And in my opinion, the value of future job is not in knowledge and skills, but in the ability to manage the consequence of your own actions and even the actions of others. People pay for that. I'm not sure whether that makes sense, but that's a little bit of contribution to that.
I love that question and that point also because it goes to everything that we were talking about today, right? And if you think about, and I'll think about a mitigation that can help answer the point towards the future, but AI, the self-worth that you feel from AI needs to be measured, right? And then augmented over time in order to fine-tune that to what you want to get for yourself. Because exactly the point I was making about the robo-taxi in the sense of, and even if you think about the consequence of that, if you have a person doing that day in, day out, watching a machine, do you honestly think that they will be pin sharp in everything that they're looking for? Or as you said, they will become disengaged and therefore surely your safety is then compromised from that perspective, right? And you know, you can look at the grand scale of consequences where, and remember, I wrote a paper which was on adoption versus adaption, right? We can adopt to technology as humans fairly easily, right? The iPhone, right, is probably, you know, it's the greatest handheld thing that we've ever invented. And we adopted it really, really quickly because nobody ever thought before the iPhone, do you know what, if I had an app to do this or if I could do that, we just got it and we started to use it. But adapting to it is much more of a huge challenge. So if you think about the idea of, as I said, we can talk about a car, for example, but if we spoke all today now and said, would you take a plane ride that was a machine? Not everyone would say, yeah, where's my boarding card?
Yeah.
Right? So if you think, but then all of a sudden now, if we have technology that's self-flying planes, people will take them, right? And so what we're really talking about is the value that you instill in your own self-being, because if we're going towards automation, coming back to that point, the majority of people, when they're working for a reason. The reason they're working is to support their family, right? The reason they're working is to get a paycheck and all of these things. We may be the lucky people, right, that can say, I'm deriving other KPIs, other enjoyment from what I'm doing, and that's why creativity and critical thinking are so, so important. But if we as a society are not developing the content that augments for that automation, because if I go from doing a job 9 hours a day that can now be done in 1, what are the majority of people going to do for those 8 hours? They're not going to look for other ways to work because they're not being incentivized by content, by critical, creative thinking, and most importantly, they're certainly not being incentivized by their CFO, because that's the whole reason we're going towards that point. So I fundamentally agree. And then if you think about that paradigm in education with respect to students, and that was one of the first examples in education problems with AI, right? You have one person that's writing a thesis, you have 29 people that are asking ChatGPT, and so, and by the way, we have all of this data. So with respect to raising the ceiling of knowledge, it's a very finite line, right, of what AI can do and what it cannot do from that perspective. Productivity, capability, automation, amazing. Creativity and critical thinking, we're nowhere near it. Nowhere near it.
But that's the interesting part, I think, because if we think about education specifically, that means that there needs to be a big structural change as well. Not just in the methodologies, because that's the most important part, that the methodologies need to change all the time. We talked a lot, maybe not today in this panel, but we talked a bit more about the case studies, the experimental learning, the lab, the learning on the go. But I'm also thinking that, you know, the way we measure our professors, teachers, what are we measuring them on? And the consequences, to your point, Anderson, are really important, and that needs to change in order for all of us to adapt into using the technology for good and using our time for the things that the machines cannot learn.
Yeah, and just very quickly on that point, you're seeing a lot of positive aspects that I've heard today, right, with respect to, like, let's not bring AI into the classroom. Let's bring learning about AI into the classroom and experiential learning, experimental learning, all of those things, because then if you're growing with the technology, right? So that consequence that you speak of is at least, okay, there is a consequence to everything we do in life, but you're controlling that consequence because you're the input rather than you're the output. Right, and that's what that for me is one of the key missing parts. So, and they're great examples of wonderful universities, you know, right here in Saudi Arabia, and what they're doing, and able to say, okay, if you know about what you're doing, right? So, but to your point about the consequence and the Uber is, how can that person be responsible if something goes wrong? They don't know what the technology does. Right, because they're not learning about the technology; they're only learning about the output of the consequence of the technology.
Yeah, that's a very, very bleak, you know, kind of view, right? That the humans are not to make decisions but accept consequences. That sounds completely dystopian, right? Horrendously dystopian. So,
but that's the enterprise view. That is because it's incredible the things that I hear.
yeah, so
right?
they're really.
I talk a lot at the future of work stuff, right? And enterprise's view on the future of work is, oh, we're going to become the great validators of AI. AI, like, we have to turn the key, right? They'll bring you to 99%, but you have to be that 1%. What?
No, yeah.
Like,
I reject that.
That's and you're right to reject it, and it should be rejected, because the other thing is, when we talk about the future of work again, and when my, you know, friends, the likes of system integrators, large consultancies, the three-letter consultant, they all stand up and say, here's a study that we did. Marketing is going to be automated, you know, all of these. Please. There is a tsunami coming for the workforce, right? And it's called AI. So it has to be taken now, because everything can be automated, every single thing.
Yeah.
But it can be done really well, but it can be done really, really, really badly. And that's the phase that we're in now. So just going back to your point, I always encourage people, or enterprise, you know, if you're experimenting with it, continue to experiment. Like, fail fast, so then you can get towards excellence, like, as much as you can. Because to that point, you can make yourself great, even better, right? AI can do that for you.
Yeah, but can we also just establish the utopian version of this, which is that, you know, you create a world where AI does the grunt work, the boring work, the tedious work. We automate that, and then the best and the brightest minds are working on the global problems, the real problems, and solving them, and also doing creativity. And now, that does sound utopian right now, but I would want to imagine a world where, you know, that's the space for the human to solve the big problems and have the drudgery, give the drudgery to the AI, you know.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
But there's 8 billion of us.
So we are running out of
There's
time.
8 billion of us.
Well, yeah, let's the 8 billion like work together.
So we're running out of time. We have 18 seconds on. We're already past, I don't know. But the last question that I want to ask you, and I want to give you 30 seconds for an answer, is if you think about what you would like to see change or shift in the next 6 months. So we have a little bit of that utopian view or reality. What would it be?
I think firstly, have a serious ask of what if. Not faster horses, not where the puck is today, but think about where it's going to go in the future. Ask the people who are going to be part of that future, because they're on their way to it right now. So involve youth, involve, you know, I don't want this to be Brexit, where, you know, the 50-year-olds decided for the 20-year-olds about something they're not going to have to live with. And then apply some of the principles of digital, A/B testing, experimenting, learn by doing, fail fast, learn from it, use data, be agile, try new things. Because I'm a big believer in learning by doing, and there's a lot from the digital world that applied to society would help us move faster.
Yeah, thank you. What about you, Wendy?
Mine would be this use case you just said, which is, you know, having a credible use case where AI augments the teacher. And the big part of it would be to convince the teacher that that's what's happening. You know, we have right now, this is such a rich kid conversation so far, but right now we have 70% of children in low and middle income countries cannot read for meaning by age 10, which already puts them at a big disadvantage. So making a use case where teachers truly see AI as an augmenter and then bring that magic to help them help these millions of children.
Robert?
Yeah, I think what I would say, because I'm quite fatigued by it, is like, stop building AI for the sake of AI.
Yes.
Then you're just adding to the problem
Yeah.
in this way. Think about like, and those two C's of creativity and critical are good North Stars in doing that, right? If I have another person asking me for investment to automate emails, right, I don't know what I'm going to do, but it won't be pretty from that perspective. Because what's the problem with writing an email? What's the problem with writing a novel? What's the problem with reading a book? All of these things.
Right.
And so that's the first one. The second one is now recognizing that AI is the main force of what's driving us all, and to build that into the main force about how we drive it down into industry and all. So what I'm really talking about is nations actually getting to grips with this is not a tool that profit should be made from. That should be the consequence of the tool, but not what the tool should do.
Yeah. Thank you very much for this rich conversation. Thank you very much for your questions.
you.
I hope you enjoyed it. And it's a conversation that we could continue for a long, long, long time, but I appreciate your input and expertise. And if you have any other questions, please feel free to come to us. We will be standing at the back. And thank you for coming. I hope you enjoyed it.
And thank you, Patricia. Well done.
Thank you.
Hello? Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear myself as well. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. We're really pleased to be here today, and we really appreciate your interest in this panel. We have two good things. This is the last panel of the day, so this means that we can stay until late. No, joke aside, we will try to make this panel as fruitful and enthusiastic as possible. Welcome again to the panel. This is bridging the skills gap through public-private development partnerships. As you know, and as it has been already said in the different sessions this morning and this afternoon, private-public partnerships are essential to develop and bridge the skill gap. This involves bringing together different institutions with different mandates, with different motivations together, from public institutions, private sector, development partners, to design, deliver education and training programs aligned with market needs. These partnerships aim to bridge the disconnect between education systems and labor market demands by co-developing future-ready skills in an inclusive and sustainable way. I am Juan Pablo Dávila, I will be the moderator. I work for the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. This is a specialized agency of the United Nations that we work with industrial development. And of course, skills is a core part of our mandate, skills across different sectors. We have a very good array of panelists, and I'm really pleased to be moderating this panel because, as you can see, we have representatives, I think, from every part of the world, every continent of the world. And apart from that, we have a diverse background of panelists from private sector experts, where the demand for skills exists, from education and academic partners, where the offer is developed, but also experts in areas of leadership, in areas of networking and partnerships. We have examples of public-private partnerships. Without further ado, I will give a brief introduction of our panelists, starting with Mark Locking. Mark, who was appointed as the Principal Chief Executive Officer of the Lincoln College Group. And he has previously held the position of Managing Director and Deputy CEO for the previous 8 years. He holds a non-executive director position as Director of the Lincolnshire Institute of Technology, Director of Association of College Sports, a member of the Lincoln University Technical College, Director of Lincoln College International, and chairs the Federation of Lincolnshire Colleges Group. He has underpinned his public and private sector experience spanning nearly 30 years with high-quality education and training, including postgraduate qualifications and leadership trainings for the likes of the side business schools at Oxford University. We have as well Professor Mark Fritz. He is a leader specialist and IE University professor and has spoken on leadership in over 50 countries around the world. He has led enterprise change in Europe, the Middle East, and Asia, and has taught at business school through Europe. Mark mentors executives and runs leadership programs in companies across the world. From our academic partners, we have Quan Lee. He's Industry and Innovation Manager at the University of New South Wales. Prior, he served on Senate, the governing body of the University of Western Australia, UWA, between 2014 and 2018. With 2 decades of extensive experience, he leads developing strategic partnerships, driving fourth industrial research, education, joint ventures, and partnerships with major organizations within UNSW, Faculty of Engineering, by bridging between academic environment and industry. Also from the academic sector, we have Martin Casonzo. He's a mechanical engineer and trainer with over 25 years of experience and teaching and industrial experience. He has progressively held various leadership positions in education and training that span over 20 years, of which 12 years have been in senior management roles. From our expertise in networking, well, and human resources, Karsten Sudhoff served the World Economic Forum as Chief Human Resources Officer from 2008 to 2013 and lead its think tank on new models of leadership, studying leadership networks and ecosystems. In 2013, he founded his first company, Circular Society AG, a business advisory dedicated to business development, networking, and ecosystems. On our side of PPP expertise, Ken Sargison is a founding partner of a boutique education and consulting firm consisting of senior advisors and subject matters experts who focus on education and skills. A former Deloitte Human Capital senior partner with over 35 years of experience building businesses and delivering public sector transformation, human capital and education and skills projects for clients in the UK, Europe, Middle East, Far East, and Australia. And Ayman Algir is a seasoned human resources executive with a diverse background in technology and people management. He is the current Chief Human Resources Officer at Almarai. He brings a wealth of experience and expertise to his role. Ayman joined Almarai in 2021 as the head of HR Center of Excellence, overseeing strategic human resources initiatives before taking the role of Almarai Chief Human Resources Officer in 2024. Thank you again for being in this panel. As you see, the diversity of this will enrich our conversations. We have designed this panel discussion with 3 acts, like a play. And if you see the L.A.B, the lab stands for Learn, Act, and Belong. So you will see that our acts are also 3. We will learn about the challenges and barriers of public-private partnerships. What are the challenges that each of these actors have with their own perspective. We will see how they can belong together in the partnerships. This is the belong part. And last, not least, but most importantly, how can we act together? So learn, belong, act. The first part, will be about bridging the gap, minding the gap. What are the challenges that we face from each of the perspectives in bridging the skills gap between the offer and the demand? And I would like to start with the demand, the pooling effect, which is the private sector. That's the pooling effect of the demand of the talent that is required. Ayman, from your perspective as a human resource chief in Almarai, what do you see as the main barriers you face in recruiting talent with the right skills at the right time and for the current and future roles of Almarai?
Okay. Thank you, Juan. Happy to be here. Well, attracting talent or achieving the proper hiring of skilled talent has been an ever-going challenge for any organization, let alone us in Almarai. Now, this even got more extrapolated with many changes in the market or in the digital sector, where the requirements or the skill sets of talent have become more scarcer and unavailable due to the ever-expanding and rapid expanding technology within how we do our business. This translated into a outpaced development of need that did not mimic or tie within the availability of skill sets. identifying this as an issue and tying it into your sustainability models is very important for organizations, as we have done in Al-Mara'i. We have seen that the output of educational institutions does not even mimic the new or revamped or future state of skill sets required. So we find ourselves hungry or going after development of our own programs of development of these skill sets. That ties into partnership with institutions, with government bodies, and developing our own academy within the company. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayman. You mentioned the offer does not mimic the demand in a way, the offer coming from different education institutions. So,
within the, that's part of it, and then the labor workforce that's available within the market. You have evolving skill sets that you would have to define clearly that's not necessarily available in the current workforce or the current labor market. And then you would have to expand into different labor markets, and when you go into there, you're surprised with the shortage that's out there. But mainly, the curriculums of schools define and supply that need.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. The offer part, and I will go to the part of the academic institutions, which are the ones that are building that offer of the skills. Martin, in your experience as a technical and vocational educational chair, director in an institution in Zambia, what are the key mismatches between technical education and curricula and the expectations of local industry?
Yeah, very similar to what Ayman has just been talking about, that even in Zambia, the college that I represent, especially that our focus is on engineering programs that require a lot of technological usage. You find that curriculum that we are using is always lagging behind the technology that industry is using. And every time you are revising your curriculum, industry is already a step ahead. So you find that technology really, that's why we have a very big mismatch in terms of collaboration between industry and training institutions. And the point in case with, say, my institution is that when we train our students, we are basically training them on a general skills base. When you talk about engineering, engineering is quite wide. For example, my college focuses on electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, and automotive engineering. And you find that within these disciplines, also there are very, very specific areas. Now, also industry, in this case, the mining industry, which is actually very popular in my country, Zambia, and where most of our graduates find employment, you'll find that when our graduates now get into the mines, they also have to go through internship so that they can now meet the skills that the mines would want. So basically, to get the specific knowledge and skills, we are not able to achieve that within the training institution. But the company itself now will have to take the graduates through a period of maybe 6 months to 1 year so that they bridge that particular gap. Yeah, so really it's a question of curriculum lagging behind, and that's where, again, we need stronger industry participation so that maybe the curriculum, the institutions are working very closely with industry so that we are moving at the same pace. So basically, I think technological issues are a challenge. But one also other area which may be unique to our case is that we are also training our youths to be able to be self-employed. So instead of them just looking out for a job in the mining sector, are they also able to acquire skills so that they can, have a business that they can be able to run? So also now you tend to widen, the number of programs that this particular student is actually doing. And that also starts to limit on the number of specific hands-on activity that are supposed to generate the skill that that student should have. So at the time that this student is graduating, what number of hours has he spent in the workshop to acquire the right skills that are needed, in the particular industrial sector? So again, that brings about the mismatch in terms of quality skills that the local industry would be looking out for.
Yeah. Thank you, Martin. And Quang Li, I think these ideas resonate to your experience. What do you see the struggles between university and industry collaboration? And I know with your roles, you see this firsthand. Please.
Sure. Thank you very much, Juan. Look, I think with university and industries, sometimes it starts off with the motivations. Universities tend to have a very long-term horizons in trainings, in research, R&D. Industry tends to want something quite tangible, quite quickly to solve the problem. Now, usually, sometimes the discovery phase is really important, and that acts as what does the university have? What does the industry want? And so sometimes trying to find out that discovery phase is really, really quite important, because then you can then look at matching up the specialization of the university's capabilities with the industry's challenges and needs and put it together. And that's actually quite tricky, especially if you have to spend time. So time is really important to be able to interact with each other, build up relationship, build up the trust, trust to work together. So if I look at the University of New South Wales, we do research, we do teaching and learning, we do talent development, and we also take research into commercialization. Each of those have its own different approach, and therefore different type of barriers and different type of needs. But the commonality of that would be we want to work together because the collective capability coming together, the complementary expertise, really allows you to break through the barriers of the same, perhaps, models that one has used previously. The other part to it is how can you create something new through partnership? And that partnership is really quite an important aspect going forward. The other part too is that because you have boom-bust cycles, in Australia we get the commodity cycles that's globally. So what happens is that sometimes company wants to get talent and develop the talent very quickly. But then what happens is that when it comes to a downturn cycle, university continue to train, but then there's the barriers where you face in terms of what happens to your investment with the university. So you have to take that very approach where there's trust, there are two sides that can champion within its own organization at executive level, at technical level, and then what you then do is marry the two expertise together so that way they can facilitate within each other's organization, so that way they can learn more about each other, how you can then find the right solution going forward. So those are some of the aspects that I think are very important. It would be something to consider as the barriers that prevents us from finding the common ground to we're able to work together.
Yeah. Thank you, Juan. This puts us in the next segment of this session, which is the partnerships that work. And you already touched upon that, Juan, to see what are the advantages, what are the examples that we can have with the experience that we have from the panels what works in the partnerships, in the public-private partnerships. And I'm going to ask you to be concise, and I know it's difficult to be concise. We have a very limited time, unless we can all stay until 6 p.m. There was a quote that I didn't have the time to write you a short letter. That's why I write you a long letter. I don't know who this is attributed to, but it's very difficult to be concise. But thank you. So the next act is, okay, what are the PPDPs, the public-private partnerships that work? And I want to start with Karsten, because you have studied ecosystems and ecosystems that work. From your perspective, what are the key elements that must be in place for a PPP can grow beyond a pilot and have a lasting impact?
You want us to be concise? I'm going to give you 7 points plus 1.
Great.
So the work that I've been doing for the last 11 years around building ecosystems always has the same idea. Organizations or individuals find themselves in a situation where the problem is so complex or so big that by themselves they cannot solve it, so they need to find other people to participate. So there's 7 steps in my world. Step 1, you need to identify and write down what it is that you're trying to do. Sounds obvious. My experience is it's everything but obvious. People don't spend the time really writing it down. Point 2, identifying who else could be out there who has a similar pain point and who might participate. Point 3, approaching these people and having conversation with these people to then be able, in the step 4, to evaluate the motivations of these people. I differentiate between 4 pairs. I differentiate between the talker and the doer, the intrinsically and the extrinsically motivated, the initiator, the follower, and the giver and the taker. So depending on where you are in this initial phase of a public-private partnership or any kind of ecosystem, having a talker, an extrinsically motivated taker is not a good idea. So that's point 4. Point 5 is then co-creation. That means you bring these different ecosystem members together and help them co-author the task, this idea from phase 1. Because ultimately you want everybody to be reflected in this overall task, because otherwise they're not going to participate. Step 6 is the co-ideation, so finding a solution together, which obviously needs to be focused on a benefit for each one of those different stakeholders. And step 7 is the idea to reflect on rework and just see what was the product. And step 8 is a semi-step. So the less commercial the business case is for the public-private partnership, the more important storytelling gets. Yeah. Which means if I have a strong financial, commercial business case, storytelling is not so important. But if you need to motivate people other than through money, storytelling is really key.
Mm-hmm. Great. Great points to remember, and people tend to support what they help to create, and I think that's embedded in the points that you... Mark, looking, the Lincoln College is a PPP by itself. What are your ideas, you're sharing your experience on co-designing, because we talk about co-designing, co-ideation that Karsten mentioned. What is your experience on this side?
Sure. Well, in the UK, we've been co-designing programs with employers for many years. We've got an Air and Space Institute that's with the Royal Air Force, Thales and Raytheon. We created a policing college specific to the needs of our county police force. If we bring that over to Saudi, the types of things we've been doing here in Kingdom are working with Saudi Aramco and the Colleges of Excellence. We've recently put together a brand new inspection training program, co-designed with Aramco, the British Safety Council, a national awarding body, accrediting body, so that we're looking at the skills of today, and I really want to emphasize on skills as qualifications, because I think that's what education and employers do really well. I think from our experience, the other side of it, which is productivity, which is about values, behaviors and mindsets, are so different. And it struck me today, looking around the main conference hall, that
something as simple as this, the smartphone, what an amazing enabler it is. Yet how many people in the main conference today were distracted from what's going on? We can look around the room today, and I would say 30 to 40% of you have been on these at some point today. That is a loss in productivity potentially, but it's also one of the greatest enablers we have. So how do we engage with young people, retraining, with organisations to make sure that productivity is a key part of the programmes that we produce, not the technical skills and qualifications? We're good at that. Universities are great at it. Colleges are great at it. What we're not so good at is things like how do we stop this becoming a distraction and an enabler? And that's just a very simple point, I think, how we should differentiate between skills and productivity, values and mindset.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that it's very important that the productivity angle, because it's all about, that's the focus that we need to have. I mean, you have the skills, you have to have all the elements and the tools to be more productive, and we should not be losing that focus. Coming to Mark Fritz now. The points that Karsten pointed out, all of them require a set of leadership at institutional and personal level. What are these leadership qualities and behaviors that are required to help drive the trust and accountability of different partnerships and multi-stakeholder partnerships, from your view as an expert on this area?
Yeah, from partnerships, I'll pick up right from what Karsten said on what and how, right? You have to have a clear what on what you're trying to achieve, and you need to know who is going to help you go make it happen and achieve it, right? And I teach in leadership a particular phrase: if you don't have a who, the who is always you. So if you don't have the right who's talking about the right what, you're not there. So you have to have a mindset of being clear about that up front. The two skills of leadership that enable people to go out and do and create the future is, one is listening. So you have to be able to listen, but encourage other people to listen in the partnership, and really align on the what, not the how. And allow people to run fast on the how, but align on the what. And the second one, which you mentioned, is about storytelling, because you can't pull people into a future if they can't imagine it themselves. So you have to be able to, give examples and stories, because there's two key things from a leadership perspective, especially in partnerships. You need to engage people, personally involved. And the second thing is you need to align them. And it's better to align them about where you're going and what you want to achieve than to always try to bury it in the how, because you'd just be too slow. So we're very much around very clear what and who's going to take you there. And that's really, because if you don't have a who, the who will always be you, the leader.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Coming back to the private sector, we have seen different points that we need to be taken into account into developing PPPs. The leadership part is there. Now, Almarai has already PPPs in place. How do you align these concepts to your experience in having these PPPs from Almarai?
Well, I think if I reflect on this, and from my experience in the food industry as well as the energy industry, tech industry, it's being in the midst of it. You have to actually identify what is it that you have as a gap and find out who's influencing the change on this, whether that being an institution, educational institution, or a government body. And make sure that you understand what is the challenge on their end and how you can bridge this challenge. Once you have answers to that, you can start partnering with these bodies to ensure that you influence the policy, you influence curriculums. And to be more practical, if I would speak about Almarai, we identified skill sets that are required today, that we see a future of even creating new disciplines in the industry of agriculture, where we worked with the Saudi Council of Skills, where we developed or profiled a government level skill set that covers about 800 disciplines that stem, whether with what we work with or within the industry itself. We also influence curriculums that is supported by what the government is trying to do as a part of the Vision 2030, is to move away from degree-based employment towards skill-based employment. That's very influential and helps us. So we capitalize on such a thing by defining skill sets that stem from, of course, the curriculums that, or the disciplines that we see, and we design programs for onboarding people to ensure whether if it's out there, we capitalize on the institutions that can provide or tailor their programs to address the needs, or develop our internal programs that run people. And a fruit of that is that we have currently 300 employees that are listed into these development programs, and we already have above 3,000 graduates from these skill sets in programs that last between a couple of weeks up to a year and a half programs. So in a nutshell, you have to be present. You have to raise or identify the issues that you face to the partners out there and work with them closely on solving them. You cannot wait for the output or the outcome of schools or the market and then realize later on that you're at a disadvantage. Competitors also are something that's going to be supporting you excel. So you also need to partner with these people because you're competing for the same talent. And there is a realization together that there is a scarcity in this work. You can fund it together, so you can capitalize on competitors. Thank you.
Thank you. You mentioned working with government, and I think in working with the academic sector, and before it was mentioned that listening is a key thing. Now, do they listen? Do they understand the private sector? Because the private sector is at one speed, governments at another speed, and academic institutions maybe also are in another speed. And this question goes to Quang, because you have also been on the other side of the PPPs, implementing PPPs, from the education institutions. How can these institutions build more adaptive and sustainable models for long-term collaboration with industry?
Thank you very much for that, Juan. I think when you're looking at sustainable models and adaptive models, you've got to think through how can you embed people on each other's organization. And when you can embed people into each other's organization, you start learning within that organization. So someone from industry into university, they get to discover all the different type of possibility, capability, facilities, specializations that's been created. And then on the other flip side, if a university professor or expert is embedded in industry, then they get to see where are the challenges. Because sometimes that discovery is really, really critical for you to co-design, co-develop, as Carsten mentioned. How do you find the right solution, the right fit? Now, if I look at R&D, it takes an enormous amount of time to develop this type of sustainable model. So then you have to go beyond the time frame that you initially thought of. Because if I'm going to create new industry, I need that fundamental research to be really, really strong. The technology level readiness of 1 to 3. That's fundamental. But then if I want to scale it up, that's when the industry knows when that's going to be really valuable into their business. And that's when they can use their site, their manufacturing facilities, their workforce to utilize the university's capability. If I want to then enhance the capability of someone that I want to have that technology in the future into my business, then I want to train that person in the PhD arena so they become specialists in very, very deep technology. So that way, when they go into their business, go back to their business, they've already got the skills. So the last part to it is that you also have to work with governments. And in Australia, there are 3 funding agencies, the Australian Research Council, the Departments of Industry, Science and Resources, and the CSIRO, which is Commonwealth Scientific Research industrial organization. They've got funding vehicles that creates consortium, government, industries, and university coming together to really create game-changing type of research that are fundamental, apply research and solution that will create new solutions into the future. So that's the type of models that you could use. It's sustainable, it's impactful, and you also want to create values. And then the last part, which we're discovering now, is commercialization. And that's really quite hard because the legal framework and the IPs, how you actually negotiate that in goodwill, and how you create win-win situation going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. This leads us to the last act of the session, which is ACT. So what now? What next? We've seen some examples how things work, how can they work. What's next? What's the next steps? And I would like to start this part with Ken, because you have led award-winning partnerships. So that nothing of this is new to you. But we want to pick on your brain on what are the lessons on your experience in what we have been discussing here. What are the lessons for the future? What do you see to scale up, to improve, to go to the 2.0, if you want to call it like that?
That's very kind of you to say, and thank you for being with us at this stage in the evening. All I can say, I've been doing partnerships for around 25 years now, and I'm still learning. They still evolve, they still present challenges. But I think in terms of putting those partnerships together, a lot of what the panel said actually resonates really strongly. And I wish I'd have met you 20 years ago and with those 7-point steps, because I had to invent and try to create some of those to hold these partnerships together. Yeah. The partnerships that I've developed and I've won awards, and I'd say never go into these partnerships expecting to win anything. It's always about thinking about what the end game is. And the end game is making students both qualified and employable. And that starts off in that journey about what you want to try and succeed in when you put these partnerships together. And I think some of the partnerships that I've delivered with have really started around that journey. And that journey for some of the projects have been only a year. You know, you're in, you execute, you gather the evidence, you collect the benefits and you move on. Other projects that I'm involved in, one started in 2011 between a university and Deloitte. It's still in program today. It's evolved over those 11 years, and evolution is a key point I'll come back to. And it won an award for PP UP last year from the Association of MBAs, and partly that was about longevity and sustainability of the relationship and continued impact. So when I take a step back and say, what are the critical success factors in making these partnerships work? I think your 7 points are absolutely ideal. I think the first one is listening and understanding what you're trying to achieve and looking at the benefits that you want to realize from those partnerships. And without getting those benefits realizations really clear and articulated in a story that you can tell multiple times to multiple audiences, allows you to gift that story to bring into itself in its own life. And once you've got that story, based on listening, in my respects, from my clients from Deloitte days, so I listened to my public and private sector clients. You know, another project still going was, we make people qualified through the education system. We're not very good at making them employable or putting them both together, both qualified and employable. So how do we get that system to work together and create those partnerships to actually do that? And that's one of our programs that we actually instigated. So listening is the first key, and I do like, again, your who, your what, and your how. Yeah, because what are you trying to achieve? First. Who's going to be involved in delivering it is a critical success factor. Yeah. Getting those organisations involved, not because they see some headline that they can generate, but they're committed to an outcome. They're committed in values, purpose to the same journey that you're trying to create. So your purpose and value statement equals sustainability. And then as you evolve programs over time, over years, never ever compromise on purpose and values. Because as soon as you compromise on quality, as soon as you compromise on mission, then the whole thing dilutes and you've lost the impetus of what you tried to create. So again, building that coalition, building that partnership, and actually making it sustainable, I think is one of the critical success factors. And that's through normal governance. Now, I'm not going to teach anyone how to run a project. Project management skills are very straightforward. You know, strong governance, articulated goals, clear role, all the rest of the good Prince 2 stuff has to be just done completely. I think as you go through then the programs, one thing I did learn coming from a partnership where if I put, as in one project, £6 million of the partnership's money into a project, that's 6 million that's come from the partners' pockets. Now that hurts. If I'm going to pay out of my pocket for something, I want to understand what I'm paying for. So one of the critical success factors to build sustainability is building internal and external advocates for what you're doing. And what I mean by internal and external advocates is that within your organisation, you have to tell the stories of what you're doing and why, and what benefits you're deriving for your own organisation, the benefits you're deriving within the partnership, and the benefits you're actually deriving, particularly in my projects around education and private sector working together. What are the benefits to the employees of the future, i.e. the students that you're interacting with? So it's about making a difference to those students who go into the system. So telling those stories over student success, telling those stories over organisational success, and getting feedback and evidence. So the next thing is about feedback and evidence as you go through sustainability. Gathering evidence allows you to create cases for change. And those cases can actually support those programs to sustain, because you can present evidence to government, you can present evidence to the education system, that's what's working, and you can present evidence into your own organisation or the other private sector partners to say, this is what we're doing and why and benefits we're achieving. So that internal advocacy allows you to tell stories and create sustainability. And the same message externally. So if you're having successes, you've got to celebrate successes at each level. So celebrate small wins as you go through a program. And those small wins can be something as learner celebrations, celebrations with education providers and employers, telling stories and celebrating the success to create those external advocates. Because once those stories and advocates generate externally and join your internal advocates, you create noise, you create a wave of interest. And that's when I find ministers like to get involved, because they see evidence, they hear stories, and you can celebrate success. But my biggest success points is when I see a young individual that may be qualified, suddenly becomes employable, starts to develop a successful career. And when you amplify that against, on one program I led 40,000 students going through a program, you've got 40,000 success stories entering the world of work in sustainable employment. And those success stories from individuals, both internally and externally through your advocates, I think are critical. And I think once you get to that celebration point, then you kindly mentioned the awards that we've won over time. That's about their success. It's the success that you've allowed to generate. It's their success, not the organisation's success. And I think those success points are nice for organisations, but I'm more interested in the success of that partnership and whether it's sustainable in the long term.
Thank you, Ken. I'm going to go to Mark, because with these agents of change, internal agents of change, that internal advocates that believe, I think between us we are preaching the converted, but the important thing is to identify those agents of change in different institutions that can have a leadership, either to convince their decision makers or the people who will put the money in where the project is. How can these leaders in the public and the private sectors foster this long-term mindset? How can we convince them or identify them to scale up these partnerships?
Yeah, we have to think beyond today, right? And if you think about it, today's world requires stronger context providers. When you type into AI, you type a script, that's context. What you get back is content. And the most powerful context in terms of getting people aligned and going forward is why and where. Why are we doing this? And where are we going? And so the more you can frame that, the more people can run and do a lot more things on their own. But if they don't know why and where, it doesn't frame what's the what we're going to do, because the what is so many possibilities these days. So I think really we need stronger context providers, which means they need the ability to influence others on where and why, so we can channel everybody's resources towards that. There's an old saying that leadership is influence and influence is leadership. And the highest level of influence, if you want to get an organization moving forward and faster on things, is why and where, and being very clear on the choices you're making on the what. And that's really important that way. Yeah. And remember, as an old American said one time, you know, you cannot hit a target you do not have. If you don't have a clear where and why, you certainly can't go there fast. Okay.
Thank you, thank you. And I see the red numbers behind Kwang, so I'll end this session with one sentence from each of the key panelists. Well, you are to choose one sentence or one word. One word that captures a successful PPP, or you want to end with a sentence, an action, that's what the audience or you can do to go through this change and to convince to move towards what we have been discussing, the good practices and that. Who wants to start?
I'll go first. The word I will choose is the word perspective change. And the logic behind that is, if I don't understand what the people in my ecosystem are driven by, there's no way to success.
Great. Volunteers or victims?
Yes. Focus on the what and understand who's going to get you there.
I choose reliance and I choose relevance. Relevance, yes, because we need skills that are relevant to industry, and partnerships are looking for relevance, both the training institutions and also industry.
The word was mentioned in the conference this morning for me, harmonization, where each of the partners win to an equal extent, but the people that need to win the most are the students, those individuals who are entering our workforce, because if they're winning, if they're inspired to work in whatever sector it is we're training them in, then employers get what they want. So harmonization of outcome, particularly for the learner.
Well, in the arena of what we're speaking about, I think it's important to be nimble and agile. But for me to reflect and to ensure that we are successful in what we do, make sure that you find yourself influencing change, not being influenced by it. These are two different, distinct things.
For me, it would be goodwill. I think sometimes that goodwill to be able to open yourself up, to be able to learn from each other, to find out the right match where you can come together, where you have complementary expertise coming together to help each other out, because you come from very different worlds. And then if you can marry that up together through good listening, understanding, and wanting to achieve something for society good, I think that's where that opportunity can come from.
Last but not least, is it? I think I'm going to go for a couple of words, if I may. One is shared vision and values. That in your collaborative partnerships, you've got to have shared vision and values, and you've got to have commitment. So shared values, vision, commitment, and good storytelling.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It has been a pleasure for me to be part of this panel with such a knowledgeable and experienced members. I thank you very much for your time, for your experience. Thank you very much to the audience. And with this, we close this panel. Thank you.